You are still in office.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Broadcast has started.
Yeah, they will start.
So, we can start.
Yes, sir.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Ajit Hebar, HOD of Civil Engineering, Alvas Institute of Engineering and Technology, Mudbidre. In view of Lake Conference, December 2020, so we are having a webinar. In fact, an orientation webinar for the student and faculties. Today, we are very happy to see that the team from IISC, so led by the scientist Dr. T.V. Ramchandra and his team is ready for the presentation for the webinar. And first and foremost, I cordially welcome the team to this webinar. Welcome, sir. T.V. sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. We are ready.
I also welcome our managing trustee, Sri Vivek Alvas, sir, for this webinar, and also a cordial welcome to my colleagues who have joined this webinar. And hi, and welcome to all the participant students to this live webinar show. So it is over to you, sir.
Before that, he wants me to just.
Now, just before you go ahead, our managing trustee, Sri Vivek Alvas, sir, will address for everybody.
Social distancing has to be maintained.
Yes, sir. One moment. Yeah. A very good afternoon to all, especially to TVR and the team also who has shown interest to see through that right orientation can be given for the students. My dear friends, I know you are at home at this moment. I don't know to what extent the online sessions have been effective. I tell people also, if you are doing any program, end of the day, the interest should be there. Many a times we see technology is there, people are there, but the driving force, which is the interest, is lacking. Today, Corona, the whole word Corona, has tested something in us. Has tested where that when people are not watching, when there is nobody to supervise, when there is difficulties that is surrounded, when there is confusion that is there around, at that moment, how we go about the responsibility that is in hand. We had the same aspects. Corona was similarly everywhere, but still ultimately, there are three things that we can do. One is think that Corona is going to destroy the world and leave everything. Second aspect is just fill the stopgap. The third aspect is doing something more than expected. The third one which I'm speaking about is something which is going to bring in changes in a person. I expect this from everybody who's at least working around us and working with us. That means even students also. My dear friends, I've been telling everybody that the strength of the campus is the students, inspired students. So when I mean inspired, we've always told that, okay, tomorrow, if you want to understand your subject much better, you have to understand that there should be sufficient exposure, practical exposure in hand. Anubhavisbeku. Anubhava barbekidre, you'll have to do practical things and apply things then you can call yourself an engineer when you do things with the knowledge that is coming. Knowledge ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ, ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಉಂಟು, ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲದೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಿಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಉಂಟು. ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಳಗೆ ಆ ಆಸೆ ಇರಬೇಕು ಟು see through that I want to do something different ಅಂತ. So today TVR sir as well as his entire team has come together to give you orientation on the Lake Conference, how it can play a role in your life. I've seen many students who are inspired by this conference. I'm thankful to TVR sir as well as his team that so many years he is associated Alvas, and we've also conducted it 2 years also. And definitely Alvas is going to partner with Indian Institute of Science as well as TVR's team especially to see through that such programs which is generating so much interest among students is going in the right direction. My dear friends, as your civil engineering students, you will have a lot of projects in your mind. I know at times we will be very unpractically also, we may come out with projects. This is your chance to talk with experts itself who can give you inputs on what kind of projects you can take up. And the same thing can be a paper also, which can be presented in an organization like Indian Institute of Science, which is the topmost organization in my entire country. My dear friends, go through his work, because today you listen to his session ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರದು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ವರ್ಷದ ವರ್ಕ್ ಉಂಟು, ಅದು ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಸೈಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್. I would request students to take up this thing very effectively, see what kind of work they are already doing, see how you can contribute as a team. If you keep your eyes open itself, you can see there is so much work that is there around us. If you keep your eyes closed, God given eyes, if you keep it closed, you'll never get to see anything. You'll never get to apply anything what you have learned. So I'm really hoping for things to get all right. I think so soon we are going to call other students also. Already final year students are there in the campus. We have fought Corona, I can say, because all the students who are quarantined also, we have seen through that, we have managed this very well. Right now, almost like counting all our colleges, there are 1,500 students who are there in campus in every college. I'm sure when 20,000 students also come back, we are going to be ready. And our hostels are ready. There have been quarantine.
Thank you, Vivek. Now our Sri Ravi Shankar will give 1 minute pravachan.
I thank you for attending. I thank you, TVR sir. I look forward for a great conference and wish you all the very best, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, with all your support, we will do it.
Yes. So I'll go for lunch now, sir. Thank you.
Just listen to pravachan of Sri Ravi Shankar, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your wonderful speech. And I welcome all of you here on the webinar. I welcome the faculties of Alvas Engineering College as well as student of Alvas Engineering College. And so I request now Sri Dr. T.V. Ramachandra to say about Lake Symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ravi Shankar, sir.
Okay, now you can go and have good food. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All the best, sir. Correct.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So, good afternoon to everyone. I welcome you all to Indian Institute of Science. When you look at the campus, we have a green
Yes,
campus.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I think so. There are students who are trying to join and they are not able to join, I guess. I think so. Something has to happen there.
Approval.
I see. I will tell Bharat. Bharat, some students are trying to join. They are unable to do. No, there is no technical hitch.
Okay.
It's a YouTube link. So those who have, broadband connectivity, they should be able to access. And there is no limit on the number, because the other day, on Sunday, we had an audience of about 1,500. Am I audible to all? The voice has gone.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, okay. I welcome you all to Indian Institute of Science. Ours is a premier institute. We are number one in the country. Those who want to, when you are a student, if you want to visit the campus, this is a golden opportunity to take part in the Lake Symposium and also spend few days in the campus. I am hoping that Corona would be over by December. So you all should be able to come to the campus physically and enjoy the campus. And more importantly, when you come to the campus, you will acquire additional knowledge. When you acquire knowledge, you become jnanis. When you become jnani, your confidence level goes up. That's what we look forward in every youth of this country. And the symposium is during 28th to 30th December, and it will be in the auditorium of our department. So you can take part, and it will be in the dual mode. The both classroom as well as webinars we are organizing, because there are already about 1,000 people have registered for the conference. Our auditorium is about 400 capacity, so we have decided to have both webinar as well as the classroom interactions. If you want to be in the campus and take in the symposium physically, you are most welcome to do that. But only thing is, you need to indicate that in the registration form. Now, today we have assembled to understand about the theme of the conference. We are going to, the theme of the conference is on ecosystem. We will try to understand what is an ecosystem structure and what are the functions of ecosystem, and also what are the kinds of goods and services the ecosystem provides. As an engineer, you might think that ecosystem is an alien word, but ecosystem is surrounding us. We are part of the system. We are part of the nature. Ecosystem is nature. And this program is organized by Alvas College. You are all part of the organizers. Okay. Now, as far as the resource person in our the series of program, we have Rijulal talking about birds. Then Chaturved will talk about butterfly. If you have any queries, you can write to them. All these the slides are archived at our website, and also the webinar. The digitized versions are available at both Facebook as well as the YouTube. Any point of time you can download or you can view these videos. And if you are interested in mapping, Bharat has his video will be available. If you have any query, you can write to him. Similarly, Deepthi and Saranya will talk about coastal ecosystem. Then the water quality will be discussed by our Germans, Sinsivi and Asulaba. Then macrophyte would be deliberated by your senior from Alvas College, the Sudarshan Bhatt. Then soil will be by your another senior from civil engineering, the Dr. Vinay S will be talking about it. Okay. Now, regarding our work, if you want to know more, this is the website. You can go through the website. There are research paper section wherein all the details about what we have done, what we have been doing, how we are useful to the system, and what all kinds of the issues relevant to the country we have handled. All those details are available. We also organize a green skill development program. The government of India has a Skill India program, and that one has to be trained. We conduct a 15 days training program related to the ecosystem and environment. And those who have been trained in the last 3 batches, it's about the 100 people we have trained as on date. All of them have got the job. Okay. Now, this is the symposium. You are most welcome. The Gajaraja is inviting you all to come to IISC campus. You are most welcome to come forward. And also we have Tiger welcoming you all. Okay. Now, the details of the symposiums are available online. This is the website, IISC main page, wherein you get the details of the conference. You can download the brochure at that website. Okay. Now let us try to understand the theme of the conference. I said that theme of the conference is ecosystem. Let us try to understand what are ecosystem. Ecosystem is surrounding us. We are part of the ecosystem. It includes all the living things and the environment in which they live. See, we are part of the ecosystem. We are living beings, and there are birds, butterflies, and animals. Other animals they comes under the biotic environment, while the surrounding environment, the sun, air, etc., becomes the non-living environment. Okay. Now it includes the abiotic and biotic. Biotic is the living factors, and abiotic is the non-living, like soil, the sun, etc. Okay. Now you have the example of biotic and abiotic. Okay. Now when you look at the biotic factors, it includes plants, animals, fungi, microorganisms. As an engineer, you are required to know about what is there in the surrounding. Then only you can design a product. You can design a product which is sustainable. If you disregard the environment, if you disregard mother nature, then you will become one more engineer who is like the engineers in Bangalore who are destroying the Bangalore environment. I do not want you to be one like a current breed of engineers in Bangalore. Okay, now let's look at the ecosystem structure. This you would have studied in the first semester, in the environmental science subject, or in the school. Ecosystem has different trophic levels. You have producers, then you have consumers, you have the predators. So then what you see here, as an engineer, you need to understand there is a material and energy transfer happen from one level to other. When there is a material and energy transfer happen, there is a loss of energy in the form of respiration. This is the law of entropy. This is how you can learn thermodynamics, by understanding how the ecosystem functions. Then whatever is left in the system is converted into the elemental form by the environmental engineers. They are the bacteria and fungi. They do the job of decomposing or putting back the degraded items in the elemental form. That's why when you look at the nature, there is nothing called waste. You will see waste where waste people are there. Who are these waste people? The people moving around with a water bottle, plastic bottle in their hand, or carrying the sambar and idli in a polythene bag, or carrying rice or masala dosa in the polythene bag. These are all the people, are the waste people, because they use too much of the material which are synthetic, which is not assimilated by nature. That's why when you go to rural area, you do not see the waste, because rural people mostly use the material which are organic, which get degraded in the system. When you come to the urban area, it's a land of stupid fellows. You will see the more and more plastic. Now I see even in Mudbitra, the plastic bags and plastic bottles littered around in the roads, etc. I hope you will also take up an initiative to educate the people to minimize the use of plastic in the environment. Now, when you other example of biotic factors, these are all the example of living the organisms. You have plants, you have grasses, you have trees, you have animals. These are all the biotic factors. Then you have this is further this one, you can see further animals on that. And abiotic factors include air, water, soil, temperature, wind, and sun. So these are some of the examples of abiotic factors. So this is what the ecosystem consists, because biotic and abiotic factors are intimately intertwined. At a particular location, you see there's a difference between the biotic and abiotic factor. Depending on the kind of abiotic environment, you'll see the biotic factors are there. You cannot get the same organism everywhere. You see the elephant in some place, you do not see the tigers everywhere. So that is mainly because depending on the abiotic factor, they would have got adapted to that environment, and that's how you see that they are there. So the message here is biotic and abiotic factors are intimately intertwined at a particular location, and depending on that, you see the composition of the living organisms. Now let us look at the what are the other things in the abiotic and biotic factors. These are all the various components. You can take up the project related to this. We will take up how you can do the various projects. So you can distinguish the biotic and abiotic factors. Those who are the want to do a very simple project, you can say that in your village, what are the biotic factors are there, what kind of animals are there, what kind of abiotic factor, what is the rainfall, what is the solar radiation. These are all the things you can compile and you can present it. Okay, these are the various example of biotic and abiotic factor. So now if you look at the levels of organization, they start from cell, tissue, organs, like that it continues, and finally you have the ecosystem and you have biome. Okay, as a student of engineering, you need to know that levels of organization, but do not worry too much about it. So now let us try to understand the food chain further. Now you see that, as I said earlier, as the material and food transfer happen from one level to another level, there is also a process of synthesis. That's where when you see that grasshopper eat the green plants, or the grasshopper population is controlled by the frog, which is controlled by a snake. Suppose if you remove the snake from the environment, you will see more of these, the frogs, etc. They will eat up all your green plant. So that means to maintain the balance in the system, you need to have this kind of the food chain. Otherwise, you will have problem. That's where when you see the snake, if you try to kill it, then you will see near your house there are more and more rodents, other rats. They will eat away your the grains, and there is a loss of the productivity in the system. So that means snakes helps you in maintaining the balance of the pests like rodent, etc. Okay. Now when you look at the earth, we have about 8 to 12 million species. That's what our literature Rigveda talks about it. As on date, science has only identified 1.3 million. That means as a youngster, you have a lot more to do to identify the organism, to understand what is the importance of these various species. When you look at the species, see, you would have seen mango tree. There are different types of mango trees are there. Mango varieties are there. These are all depending on the species. Okay, there is a genetic variation, etc. Okay, now we work mainly in the Western Ghats. You are part of the Western Ghats. So, the Western Ghat extend from Kerala to Gujarat. As you move from Kerala to Gujarat, the area is about 1,60,000 square kilometer, which is about only 5% of the total India. But when you look at the importance of this 5% of the India's landmass, you see that 100 plus rivers and streams originate in the Western Ghat. Because of that, you have the water in the southern India. Because of the water availability, the people can grow crop, etc., and they have food security. That means the Western Ghats provides the water and food security to the South India. That means as a people residing in South India, it is our duty to conserve and protect Western Ghats. If we don't conserve or protect, you will have more and more instances of floods, droughts, as it is happening in Kerala or in in your district also, Dakshina Kannada, Gurupur. You saw the landslide and mudslide happening in the region. It is mainly because destabilizing the landscape by removing the vegetation. So what has happened is, because of that, the structure of the landscape has altered, and the landscape has become fragile, which leading to the slides. Mudslides are the landslide, and because the people who reside in that pocket, they get killed with this kind of accident. It's not accident. This is deliberately done by the engineers of my generation because of the poor planning, poor way of thinking. As a youngster, it is your job to acquire the knowledge and do a proper design. Do not have a ad hoc approach or a casual approach in any of your design when you emerge as a engineer in the system. Okay. Now this gives you the importance of Western Ghat. I will not go to the details of that. So now, if you want to know why Western Ghats are important, one is because we get a water. The second thing is the large number of species are there, varieties of plants are there. Now, when I look at the number of the animals and plants in the Western Ghats, as I move from the Kerala to Gujarat, latitude range of from 8 degree to 22 degree latitude. As a civil engineer, you know XY coordinate, you know latitude, longitude. You would have studied in the first year of engineering. I think most of you are in either third or fourth year. You understand latitude, longitude. Now let us look at, as we move from 8 degree to 22 degree, how the species varies. Now this gives you the variation of species as we move from 8 degree to 22 degree. You see that the highest number of plants and animal species occur at 8 to 14 degrees, which corresponds to the Kerala and Karnataka part of Western Ghat. See, you are also part of this region. That means highest number of variety of plants and animals are found only in Kerala and Karnataka part of Western Ghat. If you do not conserve this, then where is the diversity? And if you don't have diversity, where will be the diverse food or the medicine? That is where the onus is on your shoulder to protect that. To protect this, you need to do the planning. To do the planning, as an engineer, you need to acquire the knowledge, and this kind of seminars will help you in understanding the basic features of an ecosystem and also the landscape planning. Now, when you do the planning, you will have a healthy ecosystem. When you have healthy ecosystem, you will have a holistic health, which also provides you the harmonious state of mind, body, and spirit. When people move around in this kind of environment, you will see that they are never tensed. Whereas when you see in the urban area, you see every fellow is shouting at other fellow, or every fellow is suspecting other fellow, because they have lost the holistic health. That is mainly because their balance of mind, body, and spirit has distorted because of the poor environmental condition. Now, to summarize the first part of my talk, nature is in balance. Nature, you can learn thermodynamic principles. There is energy and material transition happen. The next capability of the nature is the remediation. You would have seen people washing cloth in the rivers. You collect a water sample where the cloth is being washed. 500 meter downstream, you collect the water sample, you analyze this water sample, you will be surprised at point B, that is 500 meter downstream, you do not see any contaminant. That means as the water moved from point A to point B, there is a treatment has happened. That treatment is called remediation. It is done by the organisms like bacteria, then algae, etc. That is called bioremediation. In fact, bioremediation is one of the hottest topic today. Many work is going on bioremediation, using organisms for remediation or using plants for remediation. Dr. Sudarshan will talk about phytoremediation, how you can use plants for treating the water, wastewater treatment. We have done it successfully in Bangalore. He will share that knowledge. And also the third principle of the nature is sustainability in absence of over exploitation. You see the young plants coming out. The renewability is the order of the sustainability. If you do not over exploit, then you see the sustainability in the system. Now you saw the diversity in the ecosystem. Diversity always keeps the harmony. As the landscape is more and more diverse, you see there is a harmony, or it leads to greater unification, and also there is energy efficiency and material cycling. You all would have studied in your environmental science class about hydrological cycle, biogeochemical cycle like carbon, hydrogen, the nitrogen cycles. So I will not get into the details of that. Hydrological cycle, you know that precipitation, it rains, the part of it get infiltrated, then part of it get transpired, then cloud formation, again rain. Like that, the cycling of water happens. It all depends on the integrity of the landscape. Okay. Now, this is an example how people can lead the life which are nature friendly. See, these ladies are extracting the resources, but they do not over exploit like the people in Bangalore. People in Bangalore, every alternate day, they buy the t-shirt. Just because they can access Amazon or the Reliance, they go on placing the order. That is how they waste the resources. Whereas people here, they have a sustainable life. Okay. Now let us try to see how one can do the nature balance. You need to maintain the integrity of the ecosystem to maintain the balance. That is called the ecosystem management. So these are the various components of the ecosystem you can take up as a project. You can study about the ecology, biodiversity, hydrology, and how the people's livelihood and energy aspect in the ecosystem. These are the various topics you can do. Now I'll give one example how we have done the experiment in Uttara Kannada district. See, Uttara Kannada district is part of Karnataka. You see that there are 3 agroclimatic zones. You, as a civil engineer, you know that agroclimatic zones include coast, then the hilly terrain and the plains. These are the similar thing happens in Dakshina Kannada. And if you see this one, it gives the river network. There are 4 major rivers in this district, and we have done the study for the entire catchment, not just the district boundary, which is a black color. So then you can see that how dense the region is with the stream network. Okay. Now this gives you the watershed boundaries of the district. Okay, and this gives the topography. This and this gives the slope map. These are all the data available in public domain. You should be able to download and analyze for your district or your home district. If not the Moodbidre or Dakshina Kannada, you can also take up the similar study for your home district. If you are from Gadag, you can choose Gadag. If you are from the Bangladesh, one village in Bangladesh, you can pick up that district in Bangladesh. Okay. So now the study area for us is the Uttara Kannada district. We have done a detailed study. See, when we have looked at the plants, suppose if you want to do the similar study, you can use remote sensing data to find out what kind of plants are there. So then to find out what species occur, we go to the field and do the detailed thing. These are the grids we have chosen for the detailed field investigation. How did we get the grid? See, you can divide the study region into 9 kilometer or 10 kilometer by 10 kilometer grids. Now we have 100 grids because this district is 10,000 square kilometer. Each grid is of 100 square kilometer. 100 into 100 is 10,000. And we have chosen the grid in such a way that they represent coastal, then the hilly terrain and the plains. So these are the representative grids where we have done the field investigation. If you want to do the similar kind of survey to find out what kind of ecosystem occurs, you can also do that. Okay. Then in the using remote sensing data, you can do the land cover analysis, how the landscape is covered with the various vegetation like forest, agriculture, etc., water body. You can do the analysis of that. And my lecture, what I have delivered on Monday, gives the detail of this kind of thing, how to do the analysis. These are available in YouTube. You can download my talk and understand. If there are any queries, you can get back to me. And also, I'm sure in your college also remote sensing and GS is being taught by your teachers. You should be able to do this kind of project. Okay. Now, when we take the remote sensing data, we first thing is we generate a false color composite, which helps in identifying heterogeneous area. You digitize the heterogeneous area so that it is uniformly distributed in the study region, and then load it into the GPS, go to that region, find out whether it is agriculture or a horticulture or a forest. With that field knowledge, you should be able to classify this remote sensing data and get the land use detail, whether it is a forest or agriculture, how much forest is there, you should be able to the capture. Now, the next thing, if you want to see what kind of plants and animals are there, you need to go to these grids and do the detailed study. See, what we have done is we laid a transect with quadrant. In a first 20 meter quadrant, we have enumerated all the trees which are there. Then within that 2 or 5 meter quadrants are there, we enumerated the shrubs. Then within that there is a 4 quadrant of 1 meter. You can see the 4 at the diagonal, this one. There are we use it for mapping the herbs. That means we have collected the details of herb, shrubs and the trees. Then we leave another 20 meter gap, and on the opposite side we lay another quadrant. This is commonly done in the botany and zoology student, and you can take help of botany and zoology student if you want to do this kind of thing. Whether it's for tree or bird monitoring, these are the transect based quadrant sampling is the best approach. Then also if you want to study the water bodies, you can also, if you see the stream in this quadrant, you can monitor the stream. That means along with vegetation in the catchment, you can find out how water is there, whether there is any linkage between the water and the catchment condition, you can study. Okay. Then you can also quantify what are the goods that are come from the ecosystem. Suppose if you take forest, we get the food, you get non-timber forest produce like the spices, etc. You get fuel wood. Then you get the fish in the stream. Then you can the wildlife is there, you hunt and get the thing. Then timber, these are all the goods you get from the forest. Then you find out what is the worth of that in the market. Aggregating these values give the worth of the ecosystem. Okay, that's how we do the goods and services quantification. Now, what are the projects you can do as a students of Alvas? I thought about some of the project. I'm sure your teachers will refine these topics. One is mangroves in west coast. See, you are closer to the seashore. You will see the plant that grows in the saline area. You can find out how these mangroves are there, how much is there. Using remote sensing data, you can map. Your remote sensing data could be Google Earth or Bhuvan. And how this helps in shoreline stability. As a civil engineer, you can do this study. Whether mangroves helps in the stopping the erosion. Okay, then what are the goods and services the mangroves provide? Whether we get honey or fuel wood, you can quantify that. and how the carbon sequestration happen, you can analyze. Similarly, you can look at estuarine ecosystem, goods and services. Then what are the job prospects? Whether you can set up the industry based on this product. You see, if you go to estuary, you have the goods like fish, bivalves, etc. Algae, etc. Now the problem is that these are not being marketed properly. You can come up with the mechanism how to process these product and preserve them so that you can send it to the other parts of the country. For example, in Bangalore, we don't get a marine fish. So you can, if you process it and preserve it and send it to Bangalore, you can also have the industry in your place to do that. Okay. Then you can assess what is the livelihood dependence on coastal ecosystem. You would see the thousands of people depend on coastal ecosystem for a fish, sand, salt, and for pandanus. All those things you can assess the. Then cultural diversity. Your district is known for culture, so you can also study what kind of diversity is there, whether it has any link with the nature conservation, because most of our culture are linked to the nature. Even when you start early morning, if you start the day, you start with the worshipping the water god. Okay. Then if you are interested, you can take up on biofuel, biodiesel and bioethanol projects of estuarine and marine algae. Then you can take up social and livelihood aspects of fishing community, whether they have any problem, how they are managing their family without any support from government. If there are any problem, you can identify that so that we can communicate to the government so that fishermen problem can be addressed. Then if there are disasters, the very frequently disasters are happening in the district, like you have landslide, mudslide, the flooding, etc. You can also study that. Then how one can go in for environmentally friendly green walls. When I say green wall, these are the group of plants that will protect the land from the vagaries of the sea. You can think about it and what damage the stone walls have created. The 21st century engineers have created a stone wall at a place called Ullal, etc. In the recent rain, all of them have washed away, saying that they are not the sustainable or engineeringly the apt design. So at least you can learn from that. You can go to Ullal and find out what kind of mistake your seniors have done and how the same problem could have been addressed using the green walls. Then you can also think about coastal zone regulation. There are norms to protect the coast, whether there are any gaps and what suggestion is required, you can study. Then urban planning in the coastal town, you can assess. Cluster based development, depending on resources available in the district, you can come up with the kind of a plan, what kind of a project one should have in the district. Okay. Then you can, if you are interested in corona and such zoonotic diseases, you can take up and assess why it happens. Then what are the food habits in the district, you can assess. The floods and drought causes and mitigation measure, you can look at. Okay, the role of native vegetation in mitigating mudslides. See, our study shows wherever native vegetation is there, there are no mudslide or the landslide. We have worked in 4 districts in Karnataka, where landslide happened. I am also part of the government of Karnataka, the committee of landslide. As a part of the committee, when we visited, we found that wherever native vegetation is there, there are no landslides. Okay, then we also looked at how the native biodiversity gives a job and food to the people, especially women. For example, jasmine flower cultivation has given the livelihood option to the women. You can come up with a similar kind of option or the kind of prospect for the people who deserve that. Okay, for example, likely job prospect for Uttara Kannada or Western Ghats youth. For example, you have pandanus. Then you have pandanus is used for making kotte kadbu. That kotte is made by the pandana plant. Okay. Similarly, you have areca, adike, then banana leaves, coconut leaves. You can process it and you can make it a cup or the plate so that you can sell it in a cities like Bangalore, Mangrove, etc. So if that is the case, what is the stock? What is the kind of the resources available? How one can use it? All those things you can think about it. When you start thinking as an engineer, probably you will become a successful entrepreneur as the time progresses. Okay. Then you can think about ecotourism. Prospects are ecotourism in the Western Ghat region. Then goods and services from the ecosystem, disaster and mitigation measure, role of indigenous knowledge, how the indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge helps in addressing some of these things for like diseases, etc. Okay. Then lifestyle of people, why people in that district look different, dress different, you can see, and their lifestyle, eco-friendly way of lifestyle, you can also look at it. Then the strengths and weakness of youth in the region, whether they are prone to too much of use of mobile, or they looking at Bangalore, whether they are lost in that region, you can study that kind of thing. Then cluster based developmental path. Okay, now I will take you to a river basin to say that how you can do an experiment. Okay, so let me take you to the aquatic ecosystem, wherein the same district, I said there are 4 rivers, major rivers. You can do the hydrological parameter, you can also look at the physico-chemical parameter, and these are the biological parameter. In any water body you can do that. Okay, now we have studied all these organisms, but you can take up your own interest. Okay, if you are comfortable with physico-chemical parameter, you can do it, or if you are comfortable with the biological parameter, you can take it up, because this composition of this species also tell whether the lake is polluted or the water body is polluted or not. Okay, now I will demonstrate that. Okay, when you take the channel, you find out the width of the channel, depth of the channel, then what is the velocity of the water. These are all the hydrological parameter. Then you collect the water sample, you can do the physico-chemical analysis. Okay, how to do it, I will discuss it next. Then also biological organism, because our team consists of the student who have the biological background, they do that analysis also. As an engineer, you can also do it, because I remember about 4 years back, the boy called Suraj, he did a documentation of birds in Mudbidre. He is an engineering student. So that way, the qualification or the discipline is not a bar. It's only the interest of the candidate. The people who are not interested will give excuses. I hope you will not be the one giving excuses to the people. Okay. Now, let us go to those rivers. See, suppose if you choose one river basin, this is a one river basin. You have these are all the stream. First order stream join and form second order. Then many second order form the tributary. There is a tributary here, there's a tributary here, there's a tributary. Depending on tributary, we have we have delineated the sub-basin. Now, as an engineer, you have understood the catchment. This is a catchment is the region we drain the water to a particular location. The river is the particular location. You have many sub-basins. Now you can see the diversity of the catchment, because there are many sub-basins, many tributaries are there, which depends on the topography of the region. Now I want to select the water sample in such a way it represents all the sub-basins. So these are my sampling points where I have gone and collected the water sample every month. That's what my students have done it. Okay. Then this gives from remote sensing data, you can do the land use analysis, which gives where the forest is there, where agriculture is there. When you overlay these two, you will find out how many points where you have done the analysis corresponds to the catchment dominated by forest, where all the agricultural land is there, which catchment is dominated by agriculture. You can link the water quality to the catchment condition, whether it's a forest or agriculture, etc. That is where this kind of analysis helps. Then you collect the water sample, or they do the physico-chemical analysis. My students have looked at the algae, the diatoms. They collected the stones, they rub the stones, they collect the sample, they prepared the slide, observed under the microscope. Then they found out what all species are there. Depending on that, they said whether the stream is polluted or unpolluted. Now, based on that, they did a detailed study. This gives the stream network. This gives the remote sensing data, and this one false color composite. This is a land use of the river basin for the entire catchment. This gives the rainfall pattern. All these data are available in public domain. If you have brain, if the brain is intelligent, you should be able to do this kind of project in 2 or 3 months. If you lack any one of them, only excuse will come. That's what I see many youth in Bangalore give excuses than doing it. This is one of the student who, as a part of the UG, this one project did in my lab. Okay, and also he went to the field and collected this field the data to find out where are the pollutants coming. Okay, now based on that the survey or the sampling for the about 3 months, he came up with this kind of this one. He said that which tributary is polluted, which is moderately polluted, and which one are the not polluted. See, this is based on 3 months field work. Based on kind of species, he could identify the pollution level. The other way is to collect the water sample, do the physico-chemical analysis. You can cross verify these two. These are the kinds of project you can take it up. And when you have time, you can go around, do the planting. See, when you do the planting, you are also helping the hydrological cycle, because wherever the plants are there, our study shows infiltration is much higher. You know, the landslide doesn't happen. That's where in the landslide prone zone, as a civil engineering student, in the final year, please make it a point to go to a nearby area and take up a large scale planting. If you talk to the Vivek, he will arrange those things. You can do the planting and you can nurture it till you get the degree, and then you ask your youngsters to take up a similar work. Okay. Now, if you want to do the water quality assessment, the report is available online. You can, there are various sections which talks about the thing. You can download this report. The PDF version is available online at this location. You can download it. The various section is, suppose if you want to do the map, the water body, how many water body, lakes or tanks are there, you can do that. The Bharat will talk about it. Okay. Then Google Earth, how to use, he will discuss about it. Then if you are interested in water quality, the section 4 will talk about it. How to collect the water sample, how much water you have to collect, how frequently you have to collect, what are the parameter you can analyze. If you are interested in what kind of biological organism are there, this is the location where you get the report. You can download the PDF and you can do this kind of analysis of various biological organisms. And also, if you want to do the documentation of biodiversity in a village, there are standard formats are available. You can download and you can compile all the information related to your village. You know, documentation of biodiversity at village level is picking up in the country, and many the villages, panchayats have done this job. So if you are interested, you can take it up with the help of the local experts. Okay. So these are the examples of my village biodiversity. And with that, if you do a good job, you are welcome to come to the Lake Symposium. Before that, we will interact with you and we will evaluate. And before we evaluate, your teachers would do the preliminary round of the evaluation. Those who are shortlisted will come to the next level, wherein we'll select the candidate for the Lake Symposium. If you do extremely well in the Lake Symposium, you will be given you will be recognized, or your work is recognized through the awards like Sahyadri Young Ecologist Award. Now, if you want to see what kind of experiment earlier students have done, see, the students have taken up the forest area. They mapped what kind of trees are there and what are the species are there and what is the girth and height. See, when you measure girth and height at a particular location for a tree, you can find out what is the carbon that is stored in a tree. So this helps in assessing how much oxygen the tree, that plot gives. Okay. Then if you have a water body, you can do the catchment mapping. As a student of civil engineering in Alvas, you should be knowing what is catchment. You should be able to delineate catchment and to find out using a GPS what kind of vegetations are there. Then you can collect the water sample and do the analysis. These are the various samples you can assess. Okay. Collect the water sample and you can go to the lab, do this kind of analysis as these youngsters have done. You know, these are all 12th standard kids. Okay. They have done only the 2 years younger than you people. Okay. Then they have done the sketches. The same thing when we observe through the microscope, you know, electron microscope, you get this kind of, if you see that what kids have done and what photograph they have taken, both are similar. Okay. Then if you are interested in the village level documentation, this is a website where the details are available. You can download this format and fill in the detail in consulting the local people, local experts, etc. Then you can come for the orientation program. We will evaluate and choose you for the next phase. This is a glimpse of another school in Davangere, where my group members are delivering lecture. Today, because of the COVID, we will deliver talks virtually. All of them will come and deliver. Here is Chaturved, Rijulal, then Rao is there, then Vinay is there. Here is Father Sudarshan. You can see the German Sinsi Sulabha are there. So then the children are doing the experiment and they are chosen for this one. Okay. Then when they come to the Lake Symposium, these are the various forum. You can see the kids section is there, youth section wherein you can take part, and there are decision maker like that. This gives a forum for you to interact with the seniors and acquire the knowledge. For your information, Lake 2016 and 2018 was organized at Alvas College. You have inherited that this one credential of organizing an event. You are all partners in our program. You are most welcome to come for the event. This Lake Symposium we have been organizing since '98. This is the 12th event we are organizing. We also do the teaching. We also do the science research. we design the product. In addition to that, we also do this kind of capacity building program, because whatever we have learned, we want to give it to the next generation. The only way we can do it through the workshop or the conferences. This is a glimpse of 2014. If you want to know more about biodiversity, this is a website you can go. All the details are available. Whichever organism you are interested, where they are there in Western Ghats, you will get it. Then if you are interested in reading article written by us, this is the website where all the publications are available. You can download. These are the newsletter article written in simple language. You should be able to understand that. Both Kannada and English is there. Then if you are interested in birds, there is a article written by Harish Bhatt. Harish Bhatt has told me that he is unable to attend this symposium because he has gone abroad. He said that I can communicate with you all, but only thing is, before communicating with you all, you should read my article. So I hope you all will read this article and get equipped so that you can interact with the Harish Bhatt remotely. We will arrange that session. Okay. Then similarly, you have the plants. Okay. If you are interested in diatom, you can also take up algae. Okay, because algae gives the oil. How to convert that into biodiesel? That is what Saranya and Deepthi will talk about it. When you look at the country, we have enough the abundant solar energy. This is the work what we did in 2009. Because of that, solar energy program is in a big way in the country. Now students are working on biofuel. So we also have a large section of the society as the youth. About 65% are in the age group of 25 to 35. So that means if we harvest all these three, we can make the country a developed country. Our agenda is to equip the youngster with the knowledge so that they become asset to the nation. Now, if you want more detail, these are the website you can go in for. All these talks are archived in the website. You can just download and go through that. Okay. When you access our web page, you see the research paper section is there. In the research paper section, all our publications, theme wise, it's organized. You can download the PDF and read it. And similarly, here you have related to wetland, etc. Okay. If you come to IISC campus, it gives a glimpse of the campus. You have a water body. You also have a plant, something similar to what is there in the Western Ghats. Okay. You see, you can learn. As a civil engineer, you need to design. This gives the architecture, how to design the product, etc. Today there is a talk by Chaturved and Rijulal on biomimicry, how this kind of thing has provided the insight for the prudent design, that they will discuss about it. See, in front of our department, we have created a mini forest of 500 sapling way back in 90s. And today, when you look at the benefit of that, you feel as if you are in rainforest. And second thing is groundwater, which was 150 feet in 90s. Today we have a water at 5 to 10 feet, and temperature in this region, in this forested area, is 2 degrees lower. And also you see the large number of your friends are there, like this one, slender loris, the kadupapa, and all are there in this region. So that means this has become an apt habitat for various organisms, including humans. Okay. Now this gives a glimpse of the youngster who have been working with us. So this is a glimpse of the lake 2016 and 18. You can see that this is Harish Bhatt. You will have an opportunity to interact with him remotely. He will be communicating with you all soon. Okay. Then if you do a good job, everyone will be happy and smile will be there on everybody's face like this frog, and your parents will be proud that when you take part and get the award. I would look forward for a tough competition from all of you for this in this event. So the details are available in the web page at this location. You are most welcome to take, and this gives you the details of various web pages. And if you want to write to me, this is my email ID. I do not use mobile because I'm always mobile with my emails. So any point of time when you send me a mail, I will respond to you immediately. Within a few seconds or few minutes, you will get the response. Okay. Thank you very much. You are most welcome to ask questions, and I will respond to you at the end of this session at about 6:15 or 6:20. We will get back to you with this one. By the time you can plan and post the questions. Okay. So now with this, we'll move to the next presentation. Next presentation is by Deepthi Hebbale. So she will take you to coastal ecosystem. Before that, she will also talk about from where all the data is available, what kind of data is there, and how to analyze that, etc. Okay, I look forward to your the fruitful interaction with Deepthi and other youngsters from my group.
Good afternoon to everyone. So now I'll be taking you through important websites. So the topics that I'll be covering in each of these slides will be extensively explained in the coming sessions by mapping by Bharat Settur, water quality Sinsi, and then aquatic ecosystem Asulaba, macrophytes Sudarshan. So I'll basically be taking you through what are the different kinds of sites where you can look for the information when you're going to do your projects. So coming to marine ecosystem, I'll be in the next session, I'll be taking about what are marine ecosystem, what all you can map. So the main details that you can get for marine ecosystem are these that are listed on the left side. That is census of marine life, National Institute of Oceanography, algae base, Zoological Survey of India. And for tides, I have given the name here, tides, and this is the tidal chart for each of the coastal states of coastal district of Karnataka. And then you also have marine biodiversity database. So this is how the website looks like. So this is how the tide chart website looks like. So coming to birds will be covered by my colleague Vijulal at the end of the session. So here also on the left side, you can see different websites have listed down with the name of the website. So you can access all sort of details of birds related to birds on this website. Similarly, for butterflies, also I've listed down these websites. So you have iNaturalist, Butterflies of India, Butterflies of Bangalore exclusively. Same way, you can also search for any work that has been carried out in your district or your region. That also you can refer to. So this is how each of the images will be given. If you click on that, you will have different kinds of characteristics of each of the species that you're going to record. So coming to trees, TVR sir has already showed up our website, EWRG website, and here you can also find information regarding various other organisms as well as trees. There is an exclusive document that is there for trees. And you can also find similar documents in Karnataka Biodiversity Board portal. And then there is another website, Landmark Trees of India, and Uncommon Trees of Mysore. So you can also come up with some names like Uncommon Trees of Moodbidre or Uncommon Trees of Puttige village. Like that, you can also document different kinds of tree species in your districts or region. So same way, marine fishes. So you have Karnataka Biodiversity Portal, Fish Base. This is a global website. Then comes for marine fisheries, you have Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute in Mangalore as well as in Karwar. And then we have Biodiversity Heritage Library that also documents different kinds of fishes that have been found. And also we have Envis Center, Karnataka State of Environment and Related Issues. So these are how the website screenshots are. Similarly, you can take up medicinal plants since you have an Ayurvedic college in your engineering campus. So even our Ayurvedic students, with the help of Ayurvedic students, you can also document the important medicinal plants that is available in Shobhavana or in Puttige village or nearby Karkala, Mudbidre, all those regions. And these are the websites that have been listed that actually helps you access all the different information regarding medicinal plants. So coming to air quality, so since we are in lockdown from the month of March, so you can actually try to understand the air quality of your region before lockdown, have a comparative study how it was before and as after lockdown also. It need not be only your region, you can even take Karnataka as a whole or India as a whole and try to do the study. And all the websites again have been listed on the left side. And SUFFER, it's a government website, System of Air Quality and Weather Forecasting and Research. Here also you can find plenty of valuable information regarding air quality. So other than these listed government website, private and NGO websites, you can also refer to the journal articles that are published in Science Direct Forum as well as Springer Forum. So you can see the keywords, you can give keywords like air quality, birds of Mangalore, and then butterflies of Mangalore, and these kinds of keywords can be given in these forums. And then different kinds of research papers can be accessed from this website, and then you can understand what methodology they have used in order to identify these birds and understand, and then what is the interpretation of the result that they have tried to do in that particular study. So this is about the websites. So now I'll take you through different kinds of coastal ecosystem. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಶೇರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ಓಕೆನಾ? Okay. So now I'll be taking you through coastal resource valuation. Initially, I'll explain what are the different kinds of coastal ecosystem that is there that you can identify as a different entity, and then what are the resources available in each of these coastal ecosystem, and how can you go about evaluating it. So we have estuary, and then estuary like for example in Mangalore we have Netravati, and then in Udupi we have Malpe estuary, and then we have again Sita Swarna estuary, Shambhavi Pavanje estuary. Like that, there are several estuaries in both Udupi and Dakshin Kannada. So you can take up estuary as a whole ecosystem, and you can evaluate the resources that are available in this ecosystem. Similarly, you can also look into rocky shores like you see in Suratkal, and also you can see in Kapu Beach. So here also you have different kinds of resources that are available that you can evaluate. And also similarly, you have mangroves. Mangroves also, there are different kinds of resources available for, and they use mangroves for fuel wood also. That also you can evaluate. And then of course you all know beach. Beach also is a different entity in itself, and then there are huge number of resources that can be utilized, which can bring about economic income for most of the coastal people residing along the beach. So then we have again what is called as wetland, which is mostly waterlogging areas along the estuaries, which are also productive areas. And then what are the activities that are being carried out in these wetlands also can be listed by you people, and understand what are the resources and how to evaluate it. And then comes mud flats. So I'm not sure if you people understand what are mud flats. So basically mud flats are the regions which are mostly exposed during the low tide. So they are submerged under the water during high tide, whereas in the low tide they are exposed. So they have a very unique kind of organism structure in these mud flats. So you can study these mud flats also. So the shell that you eat, balchu, we call it in Uttara Kannada. So that comes from these mud flat ecosystem. So coming to what are the marine resources that are available, since you are all coastal students, so you understand what are the resources already. So I'll just tell how to go about evaluation. So here you can see crabs. So here there are either commercial crab fishing, or either they are subsistent crab fishing that is only restrained for family consumption. So you can evaluate how much of crabs are cultivated or caught from the marine, and understand how much what kg of crabs get sold for what price, and understand each of the family, how are they benefited by, and what are the different uses of these crabs, and where and all they are found. All these evaluation you can do for crab resources. So similarly, like I said, for rocky shores also has a different resources. We have what is called as bivalves. So these are all these are also consumed along the coastal region. So they are attached along the rocky shore. So you can try to engineer structures wherein you can optimize the biomass productivity of these mussels, so that they will incur huge amount of income for most of the coastal people. So this study also can be taken about what are the different kinds of cultural techniques, and then how much does it get imported within the states or exported outside India, for how much are they getting exported, what kg of how many quantity of this bivalves are getting exported, where and all they're getting exported. All that quantification can be done for this particular resource. So like I said, this also can be, this is also another type of bivalve, mostly found in the mudflat region, which I explained in the previous section. So these also brings livelihood. Like you can see, there is a woman during low tide who's extracting the bivalve from the mudflat, and then there are people who are collecting it in the boat, and then they're separating the meat from these shell. And they also, so in marine, one good thing is that the fresh meat also has a value, and then the dried meat also has the value. So you can always quantify these two resources also for each of the resource that I'm listing down. So here you can see there's a lady who's holding the dried meat of these bivalve, and then there is a lady who's selling the fishes, and this is the black bivalve. So here also this lady goes to each and every home, and then tries to sell these bivalves. So you can quantify as to in each of the household how many people are getting benefited by harvesting this kind of resource, and then how can you optimize it so that they can yield more biomass, more productivity, so that everyone in the family is benefited and everyone in the family is getting a job. Like you can see, fisherwomen are surrounded with the basket in the middle, and they're trying to take out the meat from these shell, and then trying to separate the shell, and then trying to keep the dried meat, so that they can sell it out to the market. Similarly, prawns and shrimps also can be studied. So very less prawns are sold in the market. Most of it is exported to Goa market or Mumbai market, and also exported to Singapore and Malaysia. Mostly the tiger prawns that are cultivated in your region or caught in your region. So that statistics also you can try to understand, and understand how you can use these catch, that is fish catch or prawn catch, and utilize it within the resource, rather than letting the resource go outside the country. Trying to make sure that it is well distributed within the country, and everyone gets to taste this kind of meat and understand what is the importance of this meat also you can record. So similarly, other than these fishes, crabs, and prawns, you have other kind of resources like barnacles. So this basically I'll try to tell, since I'm addressing the engineering students, you can, and then mostly the civil engineering students, you can look at the intricate structures that these bivalves have and barnacles have. So these are all different barnacles. So they are actually fouling organisms. They tend to attach to marine organisms, and then they weigh them down. So since they are heavy and made up of shell, so all the organisms cannot float in the water. So once these barnacles attach to them, they tend to weigh them down and then sink the organism, and then cause trouble for them to swim. So you can also see it is attached to the ship hulls. So you can try to understand, engineer certain things where you can avoid, you can come up with certain anti-fouling agents that can avoid these barnacles from attaching to these organisms or for the ships. Or you can also understand their intricate structure and try to design some kind of aesthetic crafts that can be utilized and can be served as a souvenir from your region. So these are some of the ideas. Similarly, coming to oysters, these again are shellfish that are attached on the rocky shore. So you can see all the women are extracting the meat from these oyster, and this is mostly for subsistence consumption only, it's not marketed. In Karnataka also, not many people have explored the oyster cultivation. So I would like you to explore this option and understand how can you try to cultivate these marine resources, and then bring livelihood for the coastal population. These are again some more ideas that I'm trying to project, where you have limpets, gastropods, sea urchin, all these are marine organisms. So you can understand its Biomimicry also you can try to adapt in your engineering structures. So biomimicry will be exclusively addressed by Vrijulal and Chaturved in the end of the session. So you can see how they are very well adapt, and what all you can come up with, what are different designs you can come up with just by looking at their adaptation to these habitats. So coming to data sheet, if you're interested in documenting different kinds of resources available in this ecosystem, you can go about using this particular data sheet where you'll understand what are important things that you need to note down. So I have given, I'll just explain one of it. So let's say I'm addressing estuary, Netravati estuary, and I've gone sampling on this particular date. I've identified this particular species and clicked the image, and I've tried to interview the local fishermen and then understand what is its local vernacular name, or what is it called in Kannada or Tulu or Konkani, and then try to put that name and then take the GPS points and measure its size and weigh its weight, and then understand which habitat it is, and then what is the at what price it gets sold in the market. This also can become a entire document for one particular species, or if you want to address all the resources in that particular ecosystem also can be looked upon. So coming to the ecosystem, this all addressed as goods and services. So for ecosystem assessment categories, we have production, like I said, food provisions and what are the raw material. So certain resources also serve as a raw material for other production of other materials that I'll come in the subsequent slides. And you have regulation also. So you can take about mangrove vegetation along coastal region, and then try to see how well it regulates climate, and what is the disturbance prevention it does. And then is there any kind of bioremediation of waste that is happening along coastal regions. And then you can also document the cultural heritage, if there is any cultural heritage along the estuary that is carried out, or any sort of festival that is celebrated for a particular season of fish or crabs or anything, that also can be documented. Similarly, for supporting, you have nutrient cycling. So you can exclusively document nutrient cycling in each of these ecosystem, understand who are the producers, who are the consumers, who are the prey and who are the predators, how are they affected. If there is a change in one particular parameter, like Sir was telling about physicochemical parameters, if there is one single disturbance that happens, how are they getting affected? Or as a whole, if there is a climate change, what happens to each of these ecosystems? How are they able to develop the resilience and resistance to these kinds of disturbance also you can address. And also biologically mediated habitat also you can look into. So like I said earlier, fresh meat in marine resources, fresh meat as well as dry meat has value. So here also you have something called, if the fresh meat cannot be transported for a long distance, what marine resource people who export this marine resource do is they freeze the resource, and then that also has a higher value. That also you can look into. And what are the resources that are exported to other countries? Like I'm indicated here, Vaname shrimp is exported to usually USA, Southeast Asia, European countries. And then, like I initially mentioned, black tiger shrimp is mostly exported to Japan, USA, and Southeast Asia. So you can see how much of income each of them incur from all these kinds of export also can be documented. So other than the prawns, you have fishes, and then you have squids, which is called as bondas. And then you have other fishes like cuttlefish. This also is recorded from Dakshin Kannada and Udupi. So this is again a pie chart for your distribution, different kinds of productivity that is there for frozen fish, and then frozen shrimp and cuttlefish, and dried items. Like I said, it has around 6% of productivity. So this table indicates different tiger shrimp production in state-wise. So this way you can do it. So for Karnataka state, they have given, you can do it for your estuary or for the district. What is the productivity, or you can take each of the estuary and try to map its area and then understand what is the productivity of each of the resources, and then come up with this kind of study. So similarly here also, this is a species-wise distribution of culture production that they have been highlighted. So here you can see in Karnataka, crab in the area of 90 hectares, you have around 46 metric tons of crabs, and then sea bass also, that is also exported and as well as cultivated in Karnataka in cage culture and all. So that is also around 11 metric tons. So like that, you can see there is very less catch from the marine. So you can also optimize different kinds of cultural techniques which can increase the productivity, so that these people, all the fishermen are employed in this cultivation process also, and try to understand what is the sustainable way of cultivating these fishes, not by utilizing a huge resource, just by utilizing the huge resource. So like I said, some of the marine resources also serve as a raw material for other production of other chemicals. So seaweed is one of such resource. So seaweed is basically macroalgae, multicellular macroalgae. So they are mostly found on the rocky shore, and then they are broadly classified of three types: red, brown, and green. So here you can see this is a red algae, brown algae, and green algae. So this is how they are attached on the rocky shore. So they are rich in carbohydrates. So the carbohydrates are extracted from these algae, and they're utilized for hydrocolloid production. So the jelly that you use, so that is mostly extracted from these algae, and then it's used in confectionaries and all. And then they're rich in protein also. So once they are extracted for hydrocolloids, the protein rich biomass are processed biomass are used for fertilizers, and they're also used for chemical preparation. And then the green algae and then the red algae are mostly consumed as food. So the sushi that you see in Japanese countries and all, the wrap of the sushi is of a red algae. It is processed, and then it's thin sheets that is wrapped around the raw fish. And they're also utilized for medicine, cosmetics, and nutraceuticals. So the cosmetics, you have that Pantene shampoo which uses the red algae. So like sir was telling, it's also used for biofuel production, which is expertise of me. So I'll explain how the biofuel production takes place in these algae. Since I've already told they accumulate large portion of carbohydrate. So these carbohydrates are actually extracted. So what we do, we take the fresh biomass, we dried the biomass, and we powder it, basically pulverize to fine uniform size, and then we subject it to pre-treatment. So here pre-treatment, I have carried out dilute acid pre-treatment. It's a chemical pre-treatment where the storage sugar, that sugars that are inside the algal structure are released into the medium. And then the biomass, which is the acid treated biomass, also is subjected to fermentation. So the fermentation can be it's a process where an organism called yeast consumes the sugar and produces ethanol as a byproduct. So like how we humans have waste as urine and stool and everything. So like that, bioethanol is like a urine for yeast. So it's just a waste that produce. But this has a very economic value, because this is an alternative for fossil fuel, which can be blended with gasoline in certain ratio and can be used as a biofuel. So this is how this hydrolysate is utilized and fermented. So you have a pre-treated biomass. This is broken down by enzymes again, and then subjected to fermentation. So enzymes also are extracted from different kinds of sources. So similarly, other than seaweeds, like I already mentioned, the sushi, that the wrap of the sushi. So you can see this is a green it's looking green, but it is actually a red algae. Once it is processed, it loses the pigment and becomes this color, and they're wrapped. And then you can see caviar. So caviars are basically fish eggs. So certain fishes are cultivated only for egg production, where their eggs are squeezed out and then they are frozen, and then they're sold as a delicacy. And then this fetches huge amount in marine ecosystem. And we also have sea cucumber, which resides in rocky shores. That also is utilized for certain capsules because of antioxidant properties. And we all know that cod liver or salmon fishes and other fishes also have something called cod liver, which is quite famous, and that oil is extracted from these organisms because they're rich in omega-3 fatty acids. And then like I was mentioning about Pantene seaweed extract shampoo from red algae. And then you also have sharks, which are caught for extracting the fins, because shark fin soup is also quite famous. So you also can look at different kinds of applications of these resources and try to understand how well you can maximize this for the benefit of all the coastal people. And I hope I have covered most of the things, and then I hope to see very good projects from coastal ecosystem. Thank you very much. I would like to hand over this session to my colleague Sharanya. Yeah, if there are any queries regarding this session, kindly post it on the comment section. We'll be addressing it around 6:15. Thank you. Yes, sir. This one, no? This one. Yes, yes. Yes.
Good afternoon, one and all. Good afternoon, one and all. Today I'll be taking you through this coastal ecosystem. Most of the topics are already covered by Deepti ma'am. So I'll be taking you through the engineering aspects of the coastal ecosystem, what different, from a perspective of civil engineering or civil engineers. So to start with, I'll share some importance of greenhouse gases. So
because that time I had removed and then shared. That works.
it's not getting shared.
Now it will share.
Hey, gentlemen, you should have your mobile and check.
Is it fine?
The 10-20 second
It's
there. Yeah. So sorry for that. I'll. So here I want this.
It's fine. It's fine. Continue.
Yeah. So I'll take you through the technical aspects of what different projects, innovative projects that you can take up in terms of like having your core area of research or the core area of discipline in terms of civil engineering. So first I'll give a glimpse of why it is important, why coastal ecosystem is important, and what role does it play. So oceans play a vital role in controlling the greenhouse gases. So oceans, 26% of the carbon that we are emitting due to anthropogenic disturbances are sequestered by these oceans. So what is carbon sequestration potential? We should be knowing that by now, because we face a lot of crises in terms of global warming and climate change because of that, and also sea level rise is happening. So we are trying hard to mitigate this GHG emissions as well as climate change. So here, these are the components that play a vital role in reducing the CO2 what is emitted by this anthropogenic disturbances. The first thing comes is the seagrasses, and the second thing mangroves. Mangroves also play a vital role in carbon sequestration as well as the store stabilization. Yesterday on today, sir was talking about mangrove plays a vital role, and these are the most crucial components of any coastal ecosystem. So they transfer. How do they do it? They transfer the carbon. They act as major carbon sinks. So from the oceans into the sediments. So when we talk about carbon sequestration, these diatoms, which is my area of research, it plays a vital role. So these are the subgroup of major category of like microorganisms, majorly called microalgae, collectively called microalgae. So these are photosynthesizing microorganisms that are characterized by their ornate shell walls. They are made up of silica. Because they are not biodegradable, these are used for limnological or paleontological studies as well. So they are very ecologically relevant group in the sense the 40% of the primary production comes because of these diatoms. So these are the major food source for these fishes, so that the food web is ecologically balanced. So when coming to diatoms, there are two forms. One is a centric form, and the other one is pinnate forms. So pinnates are bilaterally symmetrical, wherein the centric forms are radially symmetrical. So these are centric forms are mostly planktonic species. They drift through the water column, wherein the pinnate forms, they attaches to the substrata and then grow. They have a huge potential for oil also, as sir was rightly mentioning. So I'm looking into the energy aspects of these diatoms. So how this lipids can be extracted and it can be beneficially converted into biodiesel, so that it has a less environmental burden as against fossil fuels. So what is the technology behind it? Any technology starts from the strain selection, especially for microalgae. We select the strain and then we cultivate it at a large scale. Once a biomass is there, you have to process it in terms like it is the processing in the sense it is quite straightforward. You have to crush and squeeze out the oil. So once your oil is there, you can transestify. Transesterification is a major process that converts oil into biodiesel. This transesterification, what it does, it reduces the viscosity of any oil. So glycerol is a component that gives viscosity to this oil. That is why it cannot be directly applied into any diesel or CI engines. So the viscosity can be reduced. The triglycerol portion of it gets reduced during this transesterification process, and you get biodiesel. So this is the outlay of what it is. So biodiatom, it is grown in bioreactor, and then it other than lipids, it has other value-added products also, like carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. So all of this can be taken into consideration. Now people are more concentrating on bioeconomy or the circular approach. So we can utilize every portions of all these useful materials, and then you can convert everything into useful value-added products. So that is one topic of research that you can take up. So other than that, you can see here the some images of diatoms. So it has intricate cell walls or pores. These are called punctas, and it is very ornate in nature, and also it has a higher it is in the nano level. So nanotubes, and even in solar panels also, these diatoms are widely explored. So recently the research is catching up on this solar panels, dye-sensitized solar panels, wherein these diatoms can be used as a cells for focusing the light energy from the sun. So other than that, this diatomaceous earth, once the diatoms die, this diatomaceous earth gets formed. So in the deeper oceans, there are you can imagine 300 feet of diatomaceous earth are present. So it shows that the quantum of diatomaceous earth that is there available. So it got fossilized, and it is there in the deeper oceans, and it has its own advantages in terms of water purification. So you can talk in terms of how this diatomaceous earth, when it is packed into the reactors, it can act as a water purifying systems as well. As I have mentioned here, these are water purifiers that acts on diatomaceous earth. Other than that, this diatomaceous earth is also having cosmetic applications in terms of fillers. These are used in as fillers in talcum powders. Also, it is known to, there are studies that shows about this cholesterol. The diatomaceous earth is acting as cholesterol regulators, and also it prevents the indigestion problem and colon cancers and all. It has been proved that the studies are there, and also it gives teeth, bone, and bone strength as well. And also it is mostly exploited for this ovothiol. Ovothiol is an antioxidant. It has cancer reducing properties. So people are widely looking into this ovothiol extractions as well from the application point of view of this diatoms. So other than that, some other sustainable approaches that, being a civil engineer, what you can take up is that this aquaculture practices, as you are seeing here, aquaculture practices plays an impeccable role when it comes to coastal ecosystem. So in here you can take about projects like this kind of sustainable farming. So this seaweed farming, now people were doing it in the closed and confined environment. So where the stocking density is higher. So when you talk about prawns and shrimps, they are stocked in one particular confined area, and they are grown at a larger scale. They want larger biomass. These commercial industries, what they do, they stock in a confined area, and then they feed them with five times a day, and so that the feeding rate is higher. Because of that, organic pollution pollution goes up. So when the organic pollution is there, there is a lot of microbial contamination happens. It stresses the organisms which is grown. That is why in the market also you can see farm-based fishes are or the shell fishes are like less preferred when compared to actual sea caught fishes. So that is where you can now people are looking into offshore farming, like wherein you just actually go to the actual marine and or the sea, and then you try to use these floaters and sinkers. You can come up with some ideas. Being a civil engineer, you can come up with some ideas wherein you can come out design some reactors or the farming farming arrangements like this ropes which are biocompatible, as well as it can survive in the rugged environment of seas. So like that, floaters and sinkers or the metal alloys that are being used, it should be there in the open sea for a longer period of time. So you can come up with some ideas wherein you are like proposing some metal alloys which are resistant to this corrosion also. So first, if you do so, the main advantage of such practices are it will mitigate the nutrient pollution, and also it can provide habitats at their own habitat without stressing the organisms much. So it feels like you are in the open environment and you are able to grow it at a larger scale. Also, you can market it. So such ideas you can come up with. And also this is another representation of offshore finfish aquaculture facility, wherein as I was talking about, people are now looking into cage culturing. So these cages have floaters, so they will make it afloat using these structures so that it will be submerged, but all these are trapped inside a net kind of an arrangement. The fishlings are hatched in this hatchery, and after that once it is to a certain level, they will take it offshore and they will try growing it there, so that after once it reaches a certain stage, you can cultivate it from the offshore itself. So such kind of practices needs some architectural designs for this farms. So inside, if you are farming, how innovatively you can come up with some metal alloys or the construction materials which are very corrosion resistant. Such kind of things projects also can take up. So this is one typical example of CMFRA cage culturing, wherein you can see these drums are provided as a floaters. So here slowly they are moving into not offshore. It all started with offshore culturing. Now they are moving into estuaries also. This is a typical photograph of an estuary wherein they are practicing cage culturing. It is less stressful to the organism. When the organisms are stressed, it is prone to release some cortisols. Cortisols are known as stress like enzymes. So it will, even we have that. When we are stressed, we tend to release this cortisol, and that is known to have like detrimental effects in our body. So when the organisms are grown in the actual environment, like such innovative approaches can help them also be in a like natural habitat itself, so that we get good healthy livestock. And the another aspect of that you can look into for your project is that seawalls. So seawalls, as you know, you would have seen in Talpadi beach and Ullal beach sir was mentioning, there is rampant coastal erosion that is happening. So these structures, what they do, you would have seen like government is implementing the seawall structures. So these are all non-biocompatible. So when you are looking into bio-inspired structures, so these are all alternative structures wherein Europe and other Western countries are looking into. So this is called as e-concrete, that is ecologically active infrastructures. They are taking, these are all bio-inspired structures. So they are taking lessons from the nature itself, and then they are trying to mimic the nature. That is what the biomimicry is all about. So they are trying to come up with bioactive walls. So wherein you can see here, there are some corrugations or ridges. So when you provide this blatant rugged structures, so marine organisms it will not be habitat for these marine organisms to thrive there. So when you are coming up with such rugged structures or corrugated structures. What they do within a 2 months of time, in right side you can see here 2 months of after deployment itself. This is a typical tidal pool. So the tidal pool you would have seen in any rocky shore. When there is a ridge that is occurring because of the tidal action, there is a pool that is getting formed. That will act as a micro habitat for some of the fishes and other organisms. So many of these organisms, it is a micro habitat. So this kind of structures, when you are doing, rather than going for a seawall that is blatant and then not having any life to it. So in course of time, within 2 months, you can see here there is a like life to it. So there are periphyte and mats that are formed. So this kind of green concrete is catching up. So you can suggest something based on your understanding, because you are from coastal regions. So you can give some ideas or innovative ideas on this in e-concrete as well. So this is yet another structure. So these are also habitats. They are also because coral reefs are becoming endangered. So they are introducing these structures deep in the ocean so that the coral reefs are rejuvenated. Such kind of innovative ideas also you can bring in this into this symposium. So this is what I talked about. So by retrofitting concrete surfaces with eco tiles and panels that are designed with greater surface complexity, you tend to give room for the marine life to colonize, so that it is a sustainable way of having the work done. So we have to avoid coastal erosion. Apart from that, we should not stress or endanger the organisms that are thriving there. So another aspect of that civil engineering aspect you can look into is mangroves. So mangroves, there are study, you know that mangroves are negative gravity roots. It has negative gravity roots, and each of the roots and each of the families like Rhizophora and Avicennia are unique. So in their root structures, you can see here, this is an ANSYS simulation that talks about how the pores are there. So the pores of these roots are the major playing a major role in making them stable against this coastal erosion. That is how it is used as a agent to reduce the coastal erosion. So each plant is unique in its own structure in terms of micropores that they have in their roots. So you can see this is an ANSYS simulation wherein when it is blank, the roots are blank, there is a higher turbulence in the water. So as and when the pore sizes varies, the first pore size you can see here, there is no turbulence at all. Once that waves are hitting this mangrove roots, it is very stable. So based on these structures, they are trying to design reef wall design. They are coming up with reef wall designs, wherein you can see here, these are the structures of root. They are mimicking the structures of these mangrove roots and trying to make the sea wall more biocompatible. You can see here the fishes are there. It can act as a microhabitat for these fishes as well as it gives better protection from coastal erosion. So such kind of innovative ideas also you can bring in to this symposium. Another aspect is that geotechnical engineering. Here, it is a very nascent field wherein people are looking into the bioprecipitation or metabolically induced carbonate precipitation. So this gives enhancement to the actual concrete that is there, or the bio cements, normal conventional cement. It is an alternative for the normal conventional cement, wherein you provide the organic structures to these microbes. They will start precipitation. They will induce its metabolism and start producing calcium carbonates. They are called as calcites. These calcites are biologically produced, and these are being used as biocements. So studies are catching up in this field as well. So you can take up something like this. So and also these organisms capable of biocementation. These are some of the organisms. One good thing is that you people are very near to coast, so that the research shows that only alkalophilic or the halotolerant species tend to produce more of this calcium carbonate deposits. So they are these are some of the wild strains that are studied extensively for this biocementation process. Because you are near to coast, you can take the help of science students, and you can have a collaborative project wherein they will give the organisms for you, and you can help them better in coming up with some biocementation or the mud bricks, biocompatible mud bricks that are having better compression strength. So another thing is that, as I was talking about metabolically induced biocementation through microbes, these are all vegetable based. So vegetable organic, which because you are from Alvas institution, you have hostels, so vegetable waste are going to happen. So that vegetable waste, you can use it for your as a bio grouting. Grouting, as I was telling, you provide organic sources for of vegetables that they will take up, and then they will produce this calcium carbides. That is a fermentation process that is happening. So these are mud bricks that are made out of this vegetable waste. So such kind of innovative ideas also. On the right side, you can see here, these are eggshells. So eggshells, you being in hostel, you are going to generate humongous amount of eggshells each day. So these and all can be collected from your hostel mess, and then you can come up with some biocompatible indigenous bricks that are made by you, so that the compression test, all that you can do. I hope so. You have a good infrastructure to do so. So this is a wide glimpse of how it is done. So the fermentation process that is happening of these vegetables, this is a grouting process. So once it is grouted, so you get mud bricks that are very sturdy. So this is a glimpse of a fermentation that is going to happen after this grouting is put into this eggshells. So this image is like this is my department's initiative, that is like locally rammed mud bricks. So this is the infrastructure that this entirely built because of this rammed indigenous clay. So construction of biotechnology, as I was telling, this is one and the same. This is the same image of a bacteria. After it is metabolizing that calcium carbonate, it is becoming kind of biocement. So these are the calcium carbonate precipitations in the SEM micrograph. So if you are providing the compatible environment, it tends to calcite. It tends to form calcite. So this is the agriculture based clay brick matrix. This is what I was talking about. So these are known to have good mechanical strength as well. They are lightweight as well as mechanically sturdy. So such kind of innovative ideas you can come up with in collaboration with the science students. So that ends my talk. So these are all some useful websites wherein whatever I was talking about before, you can find this in these websites. So I hope to see you all in the post October session with such innovative ideas. Not only this is not exhaustive list of things that we are giving. You can come up with your own ideas, provided that it suits to our theme. So you're all welcome to our lake symposium, which is going to happen in 20 to 30 December. So hope to see you all. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can post it to the forum. I'm more than happy to help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sharanya. So till now you have looked at various aspects which you can take up for the study. Now I will try to provide a brief overview of how to use the map and field data collection can be carried out. So to carry out any kind of project on field or with respect to the collecting the secondary data, you need to look at the various sources, and you need to look at the maps, and also the you can collect the various data which can assist you to carry out the field or carry out your project also. So for that, first we will try to understand what is map. Map is nothing but a diagrammatic representation of an area on a flat surface. So for you consider as Earth as a 3D feature, and you are representing the same feature in a two-dimensional plain paper with respect to by representing the various features present on the Earth, like point, line, polygon. So you might use the point for the trees or the buildings. You can use the line for the roads and polygon for the particular features like lakes or reservoirs. So there are different kinds of maps present.
those were classified based on the two different aspects. One is scale, another one is content and purpose. So scale represents the, especially with respect to the cadastral maps or revenue maps, topographic maps, geographic maps, and atlas maps. Cadastral maps, which represents the village level maps or revenue maps. Topography maps, which represents the any particular landscape or the particular forest cover. The geographic maps with respect to the political boundaries, or it could be the country level or the district level, or the world map, which is nothing but the atlas map. So with respect to content, there are so many maps like road map or the railway network, and also the tourism map and cultural maps. So in your school days, you might have drawn some simple map to represent the distance from your house to the school, and also you will try to represent the different features present on the road. The same way, if you consider the world map or atlas map, you will try to represent the political boundary of a particular countries. Likewise, for example, if you consider the India political map, so based on the scale, the detailing will be varying. For example, if you consider the political map of 1:250,000 scale, you will represent the district as a particular boundary and the road network as a particular line. If you zoom further, for example, if you are representing any forest cover, so you will represent each forest type as a different colors, which will provide the features present on the particular region. Likewise, based on our purpose, we will use the different maps to understand further. So for example, if you are interested to work on your particular district, like consider the the Bangalore district, you can also download your area of interest, like Uttara Kannada, Udupi, where based on your area of interest, you can download the maps from the Survey of India website, which is available for free of cost. You can download up to 1:50,000 scale map. So if you consider the 1:50,000 scale map, the map should contain the title as well as the map number, which number represents which location this map sheet belongs to, and also there will be a description about the place name where the map representing the features. If you zoom to the corners, for 1:50,000 scale, every 15 minutes by 15 minutes there will be a division, and in between every 5 minutes by 5 minutes you will see the further division, which clearly shows, which will clearly help you to understand what is the coordinate of a particular region. For example, if you zoom to the particular corner, it will represent 13 degrees as a latitude, 77 degrees 30 minutes as a longitude. So if you move forward, you can also quantify what is the distance from one point to the other point. And also map should contain the scale, direction as well as legend. Legend represents the different colors and different symbols used in the mapping. So for downloading the survey of the topo sheet of your area of interest, you can go to synakshg.uk.gov.in, where you can download your area of interest specific maps. So you can provide your mobile number. They will send you the OTP. By providing the OTP, you can choose which district or which state map you want to download. Apart from the general maps, there are also specific maps with respect to the urbanization or with respect to the forest cover and wasteland. All those maps are available. You can download and use for your project. So to carry out the field investigation with respect to any ecosystem, like if you are interested in forest, or if you are interested in mapping the landslide, or if you are interested in to carry out the coastal ecosystem based projects, so you can carry out the field work. You can use the help of GPS to identify the features present on the particular region, or you can use the mobile. Mobile supports the assisted GPS. So based on your telephone signal, it will be able to capture the location coordinates. So you can also look at the basic maps already available, or you can also create the maps based on the data you collected from the field. So you will collect the different features like point, line, polygon. So for example, if you are collecting the features for the forest or a particular landslide point, you can use the point feature. If you are measuring the distance between one point to other point, you can use the line feature. You collect the different set of points and make it connect to all those points. It will become line. And if you are representing any particular boundary, you can use the feature as polygon. So as I told earlier, we make use of GPS, which is the signals will be available for the GPS device which you use. There are 24 satellites across the globe launched from the United States Department of Defense, and minimum 3 satellites we require for providing the position in a particular area. So for the 3 satellites represent, one is the latitude, longitude, another one is the time for the receiving. So these three are the minimum satellites required. For example, even if our ISRO also has launched Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, still the signal, still the satellite to be yet to functional. And apart from that, you will use the AGPS. For our purpose, we use our telephone as a basic measuring unit. So you can carry your mobile phone and collect the data based on your telephone signal. It will provide the location details. So for collecting the data, you may need to prepare this kind of sheets, like which represent the location as well as date when you have collected, and also you can list the GPS ID with respect to the location details like latitude, longitude, and description for a particular feature. And also, if you are collecting the photographs, you can also provide some ID, and you can store the photographs and provide the description, which you can use for your report. So, for example, if your field book should contain like latitude, longitude, and also the time when you have done the sampling, maybe the features will differ. But for if you are working on solid waste, or if you are working on soil parameter, if you are working on macrophyte, if you are working on butterfly, based on your selection of the project, this data will vary. So tools we mainly use for the secondary level understanding, or the if you are going for the field and collecting the data, you require these two minimum tools. One is Google Earth, another one is Map INR. Google Earth, which is also again free of cost, you will get it, and Map INR is also an app which supports in Android mobiles. Apart from that, there are other apps like Terrain Navigator Pro and GPS Test. So if you are interested in Google Earth, you can just download and install in your desktop computer, which is a pro version is also available for free of cost. Pro version is more sophisticated as compared to the normal Google Earth. So better go for pro version, which is available for free of cost in softonic.com website. So they are giving the free of cost free software for you, and you can install and use in your desktop, or even mobile app also it is supporting. So after you install Google Earth, you can collect the data in terms of point, line, polygon, so based on your requirement. For example, if you open Google Earth, my area I can just search for my area of interest in the search bar. So the globe will be shown, and you can just type the name of your area of interest. So after providing that name, it will zoom to the particular location. In further, if you want to specify your the detail more specific, you can just provide the, for example, if I am mapping the Alsur Lake, I can provide the name as Alsur Lake in Bangalore. So it will just zoom to the particular location. For example, in Mangrove, if you are interested in to map the trees in Mangrove University, you can provide the Mangrove University as your area of interest. Likewise, based on your area, you can select that. And my assignment is, I want to create a boundary for this lake and quantify what is the area of this lake and what are the features present in and around the lake. So for that, what I will do is, I will just type the name and I will locate to the particular location. On the toolbar, I will select, there are two options. One is line, polygon, as well as a path. So point, line, as well as polygon. So first I will consider the polygon. I want to create a boundary of this particular lake. I will click the polygon, and I will in your childhood you would have done the tracing of a particular image to recreate it. So like the same ways, here you will just delineate the features by clicking the boundary. So after completing the creating the boundary, you can just click right click so that the boundary will be completed. So you can also make it as a filled or outline based on your requirement. Under measurement tab, you can also measure the what is the area. So here I have created a boundary, and which shows around 45 hectares is the measurement. So around 45 hectares as the area. So also I wanted to map, there are different trees and the different features present. So I have used the different symbols to represent the different features within the lake. So likewise, I have added the features for building, trees, as well as some of the treatment plants. So likewise, after creating all the features, I want to create as a separate image and use for my report. So for that, go to file, click save image, and provide the details about the image what you have creating. So whatever you create any map, the map should contain the title, legend, scale, and direction. So these are the minimum requirement for any map. So what I have done is, first I have provided the name, legend, based on the symbols which I have used, the legend will be created and the scale will be shown as well as the direction. After this, you can just save the image and use for your report. So there is another very useful app which is MapINR. So you can install in your mobile, and you can also create the different features like point, line, polygon, and which you can import it to Google Earth, or you can transfer the data from Google Earth to MapINR. And you can if you want to verify in the field. For example, you have looked at there is a forest in the particular location like Kudremukh. When you go to the field, there is a landslide happen. You can update those kind of details by using the data from one app to the other app. Likewise, see, for example, in this, I have mapped the particular forest sacred groves in a Uttara Kannada district. This is Karikan forest. I have collected the different points across the boundary, and I created as a polygon feature to quantify what is the area. And also, we have sampled inside that forest. I have quantified what is the carbon stock and also the biomass. All those details were collected. So also apart from that, there is another app called GPS test, which is also very useful for the collecting the field data. If your mobile not supporting MapINR, you can use GPS test. So next one is working with Bhuvan data. For example, you are interested in working with the land use land cover analysis of your area of interest or your district. For example, Dakshina Kannada or Udupi. You can go for a secondary data collection from the Bhuvan data. So there is a thematic services which provides you the ready-made land use land cover data, so that you can compare how the urbanization or the deforestation has led to the changes in a particular district. So also apart from that, if you are interested to download the remote sensing data, which is available for free of cost, you can download and do the same analysis what Bhuvan or our lab people have carried out. So you can also do that your own by using the open data archive. You can download the data of till last year. The 2018-19 data is also available at 23.5 meter resolution. So if you click the thematic services, my interest is now I want to compare how the land use has been changed from 2005 to 2016. So what I will consider is, first I will select the theme as land use land cover. Next, I will select the geographical location, like whether I am interested in Karnataka or entire Karnataka or the particular district. So I will provide those details. After that, I will look at the statistics with respect to the each year. So and also I can save this image for my for my use. So based on this, you can try to compare from 2005 to 2016 how the region has changed. And also there is the option to create your own boundary, and you can also quantify what is the land use land cover within the particular area of interest. So apart from that, there is another portal called KGIS, which is very useful for you people. Apart from the any projects with respect to the your civil engineering, the 4 semester projects. So there is a data portal where you can download whatever the data. For example, if you are interested in transportation, if you are interested in urbanization, there is specific data is available for with respect to particular theme. So for example, if you want to download the village boundaries of Dakshina Kannada, I just go to the KGS portal. There is an option called data download. There I will provide the area of interest name as Dakshina Kannada. I will click the data and I can download it as a KML file. So which you can open in Google Earth. For example, if you are interested in working on the Puttige campus or Puttige village, you can just click on that village and save it as separate folder, a separate file, which stored it as a KML file. You can use it further for your project. So, and also you can create your own maps. There is a mapping facility available in KGS. You can provide the set of points, and you can also digitize the mangroves in your district, or also the estuary of your district, or with respect to a particular river. Those kind of work can be carried out by using this portal. So I hope I tried to cover the basic aspects about the mapping, and as well as the various tools available for mapping the resources available. So you can explore further in with respect to the Bhuvan as well as KGIS. So if you have any doubts, please feel free to contact us, and we will try to help you further. I thank one and all. Now I request Sudarshan to carry on.
Good evening, everybody. Today I will be discussing about mangrove ecosystem, what is their importance and what works you can carry out. So, coming to introduction of mangroves, these are a group of plants that occur in the coastal intertidal zones of tropics and subtropics. So, you can see these type of ecosystems between the high and low tides and they live in two worlds at once, acting as interface between land and sea. So these consist of mainly salt tolerant plants. So they are called as halophytes of soft and swampy mud, mostly trees and shrubs with broad leathery evergreen leaves. And these mangrove systems form highly productive ecosystems, providing habitat for marine and terrestrial species. So around 70 species can be seen in the mangroves. So this halophytic plant species, which is known as salt-tolerant forest ecosystem, and provides a wide range of ecological and economic products and services. So these ecosystem, that is mangrove ecosystem, occupy less than 1% of land area throughout the world. So best developed on tropical shorelines where there are large areas available between high and low tide points. So between high and low tide points, you can see these type of ecosystems. So some of the adaptations are in these plants. You can see for salt tolerance, they will develop in their leaves salt glands, then anaerobic sediments. So the roots will be modified, and physical stability, and also for reproduction. So they have different kind of reproduction than other terrestrial plants. Then we'll see what are some of the importance of these mangroves. So main function is they control soil erosion. So Sharanya was talking about green sea walls, like that. These mangroves also are, they will also act as sea walls. So you can call it as green sea walls. So buffer zone between land. They are also buffer zone between land and sea. So they provide the erosion what is happening to because of sea thing. Then protection from damage. So again, this is also protection from dangers like cyclones, ecological disasters, and etc. So and then they also act as indicator of climate change. Then, for example, in Orissa during 1999, there was one cyclone. So, in whatever the mangrove covered area, there was very little damage. But wherever there was no mangrove, there was huge amount of damage was there. So, this gives the importance of mangroves in protection. Then, habitat provision. So, again, this mangrove system, they provide habitat for many fishes and other organisms. So supporting the fishes and other wildlife populations. So harbor a variety of forms like invertebrates, then fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and also some of the mammals like tigers. So in Sundarbans in West Bengal, you can see the Bengal tiger residing in this type of ecosystem. Then also nearly 80% of fish catches are directly or indirectly dependent on these mangrove and other coastal ecosystems worldwide.
You say Kannada as well as Tulu, what mangroves, otherwise they think mango.
Tulu, I don't know.
Kannada it is called Kanda.
Okay. So mangroves in Kannada, they are called as Kandlavana. And for the fish catch and other things, one of the example is in Pichavaram mangrove that contain alone 30 species of prawns, then 30 species of crabs, then 20 species of mollusks, and around 200 species of fishes. Then also it provides as a good breeding system for and nursery ground for many of the organisms. Then one of the main function is trapping the sediments and nutrient content in this mangrove ecosystem. So it is trapping of functions of mangroves is trapping of important function is trapping of sediment and thus acting as sinks to the suspended sediments. Then these trees catch sediments by their complex aerial root systems. And Sharanya was discussing about the roots of these mangrove systems. So these trap these sediments and they function as land expanders, then trapping and recycling of nutrients. So mangrove sediments, they have high capacity of absorbing and holding heavy metals, toxic minerals, pesticides, herbicides, whatever coming from our human affected areas. They will come and in the runoff, and they will be trapped in this mangrove ecosystem. So they will be deposited in this system, and they prevent the spread of pollution in coastal areas. So one more thing is water quality management. They also act as a filter for this water and maintain the water quality around this ecosystem. And also the carbon sequestration potential, as TVR sir was discussing, these mangrove system have huge potential to sequester the carbon. That is, they for unit area they can sequester more than the tropical rainforests. Then some of the social benefits are like recreation and tourism they provide, then transportation, and in the education and research field, then also food. Many of the plants provide food, and also local employment and traditional medicine, and so many plants of this mangrove ecosystem are used in medicines, then also in agriculture. So some of the examples for medicines are like Frugeria species and Acanthus leafolius. They are used in some of the diseases like leprosy and rheumatoid arthritis, etc. Then some of the economic benefits are like they provide mainly forestry products like firewood, then charcoal, timber, honey, etc. And also fishery products, as this is a good home for fauna. Many of the fauna, fish, prawn, crab, mollusk, etc. So it is a good ecosystem, good home for these fishes and other organisms. Then mangrove twigs, they are used for making charcoal and firewood, as the first point said. For example, 1 ton of mangrove firewood is equivalent to 5 tons of Indian coal, and it burns producing high heat without generating smoke. So one of the important thing is it is used as charcoal and other firewood uses, and again it is used as timber for its durability. And some of the leaves like Naifa leaves, they are used for in thatching roofs of houses, and then mats and other baskets for household uses they people will use. Then main source of income generation for shoreline communities like fisher folk. So those who are dependent on fishing and other activities, other in the this mangrove ecosystem, they provide livelihood for them. Then one more thing, apiculture, honey. So for example, in Sundarbans, it provides employment for around 2,000 people engaged in extracting around 111 tons of honey annually. So this ecosystem provide honey for the dependent people, and job also. And these are the some of the economic benefits like foods and beverages we'll get, then aquaculture, firewood and timber, mats and baskets, tannins and other products, and animal feed, lime agriculture. So these are some of the economic benefits whatever we'll get from mangrove ecosystems. So some of the examples for these mangrove plants I am showing here. First one is Rhizophora micronata, that belongs to Rhizophora family. Then is one more is Brugeria gymnorhiza, and Candelia candle. So these three belongs to Rhizophora, and Soneraceae second family, that is Soneraceae alba and Soneraceae calosaris. This is more about botany. Then Avicennaceae family, Avicennia marina and Avicennia officinale. So these are some of the common mangrove plants you can see in your mangrove areas. Then coming to water quality, water quality is a best indicator which provides the basic information of the health of mangrove ecosystems, and ability to support diverse habitats like fishes and other organisms. So by identification of it enables the identification of an emerging trends of that like pressures like population growth and other urbanization pressures, and also allows linking how activities on land affect mangrove water quality. So how by examining the water quality, we can see what are the changes happening in this mangrove ecosystem. And it is also important to understand critical physical and chemical parameters influencing the mangrove environment. By the human presence, how the quality of water in this mangrove ecosystem is affecting, one can find out. And through assessing these parameters like on-site parameters like temperature, pH, TDS, EC, salinity, DO, turbidity, we can analyze the water quality. And also some of the other parameters like nutrients, that is BOD, nitrogen, that is nitrate, ammonia and nitrite, and phosphate, and some of the ionic components like potassium, calcium, sodium, magnesium, sulfate, etc. We can find out the water quality of these mangrove ecosystems. So out of these parameters, nutrients and salinity plays important role in the mangrove ecosystem. They govern the whatever the flora and fauna occurring in this system. So more about water quality in next presentation we will find out. And threats to mangrove ecosystem, some of the threats are like climatic changes, then cyclones, physical processes which are natural one, and anthropogenic like pollution, then grazing, then deterioration due to some of the developments, then agriculture, aquaculture, excess amount of agriculture and aquaculture in this ecosystem, then timber logging, then fuel wood extraction, human encroachment. This forms the anthropogenic threats. Then what studies you people can carry out is, first one is as Bharat sir was explaining about mapping, you can map different mangrove ecosystems in your area, the coastal ecosystems, and estimation of nutrient content in soil and water, or carbon sequestration potential. So water quality of this mangrove you can find out, or the carbon sequestration potential in the sediments of the this mangrove ecosystem you can find out. and the water quality and nutrient content of mangroves in the also you can, as I was telling, and the diversity of mangrove plants. This is purely on for science students. You can collaborate with science students and carry out the these some of the studies in mangrove ecosystem. So some of the web links like NV centers in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, they have given account of these mangroves and plants and other things about mangroves. Then International Society for Mangrove Ecosystem, then Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute, they also give some of the data, and Mangrove Society of India. So by going through this website, you can find out some of the details about mangrove ecosystems. Yeah. That's all. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Now I will discuss on water quality analysis of inland water bodies. Inland water system includes habitats such as lakes and rivers, marshes, swamps and floodplains, small streams, ponds, etc. The lake and pond under the lentic ecosystem and streams and river under the lotic ecosystem. Water quality is the physical, chemical and biological characteristics of water. Water pollution means changes in water quality that can harm organisms or make water unfit for human uses. The contamination mainly because of the chemicals. The main causes of loss and degradation of inland water includes changes in land use or land cover due to vegetation clearance. The spread of infrastructure for urban tourism and recreation, aquaculture, agriculture or industrial purposes. Then introduction and spread of invasive species. Then hydrological modification, over harvesting particularly through fishing and hunting. Then pollution, then salinization, eutrophication and global climate change. Pollutions in lentic and lotic ecosystem because of the livestock waste. Then the pesticides from agriculture field, waste disposal nearby the lakes, then pollution caused by car washing, household sewage, factory or industrial waste will increase as the pollution load, which will affect the aquatic biodiversity. We know that water is a colorless, odorless liquid. Here, clear water, turbid water, and nutrient-rich water. Here, clear water will be more transparent. Due to the rainwater runoff and other waste, the water become more turbid. And if water is nutrient-rich, then algal blooms occurs. Here we can see that green color, that is the algae. The water quality assessment will help to define the pollution status of a water body, analyze the cause of pollution, then identify the area-specific problems of water body and taking appropriate measures. The analysis of a physicochemical and biological parameters. The physicochemical parameters include temperature, turbidity, pH, electrical conductivity, total dissolved solids, total hardness, calcium, magnesium, nitrate, phosphate, chloride, dissolved oxygen, then biochemical oxygen demand, chemical oxygen demands, free CO2, potassium, and sodium. The biological parameters involve the analysis of a planktons like phytoplankton and zooplankton, macrophyte, fish, etc. Here, one of the example for the lotic ecosystem, that means running water. This is your institute, Alvas Engineering Institute. Near to your institute, the one Nandini River is there. Then another example for the lentic ecosystem, that is the standing water, that one of the lake, Rama Samudra Lake. In 2016, we visited Ramasamudra Lake with your seniors and teachers. Then we collected the water samples from here. Before going to field, we wanted to arrange the chemical meters and bottles required for the field work. Then some of the parameters we wanted to do in the field. Then rest of the parameters we wanted to do in the lab itself. Your Alvas College has a very good lab facility. You can use that for your studies. Then on-site parameters are temperature, dissolved oxygen, pH, electrical conductivity, TDS. These all the parameters are unstable. So you should do in the field itself. The temperature will vary with the time and seasons also. Dissolved oxygen, that will increase with the photosynthetic activity. Then pH will tell about water is acidic condition or alkaline condition. The pH is 7, that means the neutral water. Then the pH is greater than 7, that means the alkaline condition, and the pH is less than 7, that means the acidic condition. The electrical conductivity, the water has the ability to conduct electricity because of the positive and negative charged ions in the water. Then the TDS means total dissolved solids. That it represents the concentration of total dissolved substance in the water. Then biochemical oxygen demand and chemical oxygen demand tell about the organic pollutions or load, and the nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus. That because of the nitrogen and phosphorus, the massive growth of macrophyte and algal blooms occurs. Then ionic components like hardness, sodium, potassium, chloride, calcium, magnesium. If water is polluted, these all the parameters will increases. The standard method followed for the water quality analysis, we have the on-site parameters and off-site parameters. In on-site parameters, we can use the meters and chemicals also. Then here, the water temperature, we can use the thermometer, the pH meter, we can use the EC meter, and the TDS meter also is there. The dissolved oxygen, we are mainly focus on the Winkler's method. In that one also has the meter. You have the meter, you can use that meter for this experiment. Then other rest of the parameter we are given the method and with the reference also. This is the inland surface water standard given by CPCB, the Central Pollution Control Board. They have divided as 5 different classes. In that, after your water quality experiment, you can compare with your values and the standards. Then you can understand this water we can use for the drinking purpose or fish culture, irrigation, or industrial purposes. Then another standard, that is the BAS standard, they have given us a desirable and permissible limits also. This is also you can use. Then this is the one of the example in 2016. This is the pond here. They are created one pond, that is newly created pond. Within 1 week, we collected this water and we analyzed the water quality analysis, and we checked the plankton diversity also. Then we got the different type of algae and zooplankton. You can also come up with a poster and purpose in our lake symposium. Then more information, you just Google it, that EWRT CS IISC, then you will get the website. In that, wetland session is there, here the research paper session is there. You just click on that, then you will get all the details about the wetland, that like diatom, phytoplankton, zooplankton, fish, water, everything. These are the 2 links. And we have the 2 workbooks also. One is the My Village Biodiversity. This is the link. And another one is the Environmental Monitoring in the Neighborhood. This is the workbook, that is ETR 77. Then you can download these 2 books. These 2 books will provide more information about water quality, mapping, then other biodiversity, etc. Thank you. Now I will give to Asilaba.
So good evening, everybody. I am Maslaba KS. I'll be talking about biomonitoring of inland water ecosystems. So this inland water ecosystems, they also provide lot of ecosystem goods and services. So they provide provisioning service, regulating service, cultural service, and supporting service. So provisioning service provided by them include food, means they provide fish and then fruits. Then also they provide fresh water, that is they are the storage and retention of water for the domestic, industrial and agriculture uses. Then they provide fuel wood and fodder. They have they also give biochemicals, that is materials to be extracted from biota. They are the pool of genetic materials and provide a lot of biodiversity. So the regulating services provided by them include various and ecosystem processes like climate regulation, hydrological flows, pollution control and detoxification, erosion and natural hazards. And also they provide cultural values, that is spiritual, recreation, aesthetic, education value. And the supporting services provided by these wetland ecosystems are the soil formation, then nutrient cycling and pollination. So since this inland water ecosystems, they provide a lot of goods and services. So just interested students can take up the project on this and just find out how much value these ecosystems provide to the society. So this table gives you the major water quality issues found at the global scale. So the issues like pathogens, solid, suspended solids or decomposable organic matter, eutrophication, nitrates, salinization, then trace metallic elements, organic micropollutants and acidification. So these have been given for rivers, lakes, reservoirs and groundwater. So mainly in case of rivers, the pathogens, then decomposable organic matter and organic micropollutants, they are the severe or global deterioration causing factors. And in case of lakes, the eutrophication, then trace metal elements and organic micropollutants, they are the important deterioration causing factors. Whereas in case of reservoirs, this eutrophication is a severe or global deterioration is observed, and in case of these small important other deterioration causing factors are trace metallic elements, then organic micropollutants and acidification. Whereas in case of groundwater, mainly the nitrates, salinization and organic micropollutants, they are the severe or global deterioration factor. So if anything happens to our water, means if water pollution increases, then the whole aquatic biodiversity will also be decreased. So if water is polluted, the entire aquatic food chain will be affected. So in aquatic ecosystem, there is aquatic food chain also. So wherein you can see the primary producers, then primary consumers, secondary consumers and tertiary consumers. So if water is polluted, all these components will be affected, and monitoring of all these components is involved in biomonitoring experiments. So biomonitoring involves the use of biotic components of an ecosystem to assess the changes in the environmental quality. So for biomonitoring experiments, we have to use bioindicators. So all these organisms act as bioindicators So bioindicators are used to assess the health of the environment, and they are the important tool for detecting any change in the environment. It can be positive change or it can be negative change. And these effects should be recorded, and then we can find out whether water is polluted or not. So since he had already talked about water quality parameters, so they are the chemical methods of doing it. But in case of biomonitoring, we have to use all these biotic components for monitoring the lakes. So the bioindicators include algae, microphyte, zooplankton, insect, fish, gastropod, amphibian, etc. So just I want to show you the pictures of all this. So phytoplankton, they are the green algae. They are present. They have the ability to photosynthesis, and they provide food for the higher organisms like zooplankton, fishes, etc. So they are plant-like organism, and these are zooplanktons. They are animal-like organisms. Mainly zooplanktons eat upon this algae, and also this zooplankton is eaten up by the fishes. So in lakes, in all the wetland aquatic ecosystem, you can see some aquatic plants growing on the surface or in the submerged in water. So these are called macrophyte, and also you can see the fishes. So evaluation of all these components will also end up in a good project. So bioindicator helps in the following way in any ecosystem. That is, it indicates the presence of contaminant. It helps to identify the mechanism of toxicity, and also it gives an early warning of the impeding environmental damage, and also it indicates of environmental recovery or remediation. Then it helps in ecological risk assessment. So all these biotic components, they act as bioindicators and helps in biomonitoring of lakes. So the projects that you can take up is water quality monitoring, and also you can, if you cannot go to the field, you can collect information on water quality studies that is happening in your area. Then also you can just find out the articles related to wastewater technologies, which will help in the wastewater nutrient removal and all. Then you can also look up the bioremediation concept and constructive wetland concept. Also, you can work on the valuation of ecosystem goods and services in Mangrove. So these are some important websites. So this is our web page related to the wetlands. Then this link gives you the standard water quality standards, and this is a link which is in the NEERI given by NEERI, wherein you can see all the water quality parameters. And this is the environmental standards, that is the effluent disposal standards are available. And this is the CPCB's water management rules. And then this is a manual given by a civil engineering department regarding all this water quality monitoring and all that. Thank you. So I request all the students who are interested in water quality or in inland ecosystem to come up with projects related to the subjects which I have discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Cincy and Aslopa. Now we will move on next session by Vinay. So Vinay, initially he talks about soil analysis. If time permits, he will also continue the hydrology. Over to you, Vinay.
Thank you, Dr. Bharat. I hope my slides are there.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. I'm Vinay. I'll be talking about soils. The basic agenda of understanding soil is that as civil engineers, we just see soil, we try to understand its bearing capacity and all those things and relate to our civil engineering aspects. On the contrary, we will see actually how soil is with the same test what you are going to do in the lab, how the soil texture is, how the soil patterns are there in various landscape categories, and what is the water holding capacity. And you need to try to relate the land use characteristics. Let's say it is a forest, whether it is a very good forest or degraded forest. Let's say you have a normal agriculture lands. In agriculture lands, you have paddy, you have jowar. Similarly, you have areca gardens. So you'll try to compare the physical parameters of these soils, relate them with the water holding capacity and other things. then you relate with respect to the vegetation and other characteristics. By doing this, what you will understand is that how well the nature is aiding us to get the water as well as any other resources. It can be the supporting resources, it can be the goods and services what it is providing, something like that. So generally when we talk about soil, so it is because of the thermal expansion and the aberration processes that happens in the rocks, and these things are eroded through air or through water or carried through water. So because of the erosion in the through air, you have something like Thar deserts, while as the erosion through the waters, you have the coastal alluvials, you have the deltas, you have the riverine plains where you have a lot of sand and other things. So you know that this soil is extracted for large number of purposes. It can be for soil mining, or it can be for construction purposes, or many other purposes. So generally, when we talk about the landscape elements, let's say when you have a built-up area, and let's say you have a forested area. In a built-up area, when rain comes, or in an agriculture land, when intense rain happens, the top surface completely erodes and erodes down to the downstream. Whereas in the forested landscape, basically whatever the water comes, first thing what it happens is the top layer wets, and most of the water starts penetrating inside because of the structure of the soil, because of the roots of the forest plants and the trees in the forest. Okay. The roots in general, what happens is that the forest in particular, what I'm talking, the roots penetrate deep inside the strata and it breaks the soil particles. Okay, once this is done, it starts holding, it binds the soil particles with the roots. So this creates more and more pore spaces for the water to pass through. Along with this, there are many microfauna and the flora. Let's say you have your earthworms, any other worms which are below the ground. They create more and more pore spaces along with the organic matter as well as the presence of soil. So these things combined together allow more water to infiltrate inside, giving this particular water in the non-monsoon seasons. All right, that's how the entire cycle is balanced in the presence of forest. There are various applications and uses. One of the things is that you have the bricks, the concrete, is the basic thing what you are looking as if now. Other things are something like you have it useful for medicine, in beauty products, basic, and agriculture is one of the most important category. The top 15 centimeters of soil, it aids in carrying the nutrients, and it has a lot of fertility in itself to support the plant growth. So the problem is the anthropogenic activities. Anthropogenic activities to a minimum level is okay, but too much of anthropogenic activities devoid the resource by itself. So we have doing a lot of extraction of soil for catering the industrial activities, for catering the construction activities, and so many things. So we are not looking at the extreme effects. Similarly, on the other hand, the changing land uses. We have forests, and we have degrading these forests. One good example what I can give you is, let's say when you are just behind the garden, like you have the new garden which has come up, the Harivana. Next to that, probably, I don't know what is there exactly right now, those lands were cut to make layouts. So once there's a large scale amount of rainfall, if you had observed, whatever the rain comes there, it carries the entire topsoil, it goes downstream. Whereas the portions in your institute, the Harivana and all those places where you have large scale, good amount of vegetation, it holds more and more amount of water inside that one. That's how you need to relate. All right. So that's how you can understand how the land use plays a major role. So what happens when this erosion happens is that there's a large scale sedimentation in the rivers as well as reservoirs. It hampers the activities of the same. We have flooding, and it also reduces the carrying capacity of the lakes as well as the rivers, reservoirs, and all those things. So generally, when you look at a soil structure, you would have studied this in your geotechnical engineering, probably in the 4th semester, wherein you try to understand the entire soil sample as the combination of three different parts. One is the air, water, and solids. So generally, we can't measure the weight of air. So we see it as 0, whereas you can measure the volume of air. So the total voids can be talked as the total quantity of air and total quantity of water in terms of volume. So whenever you take a soil sample, you'll have the solids, you'll have water, and you'll have air. So you can do various physical parameters such as the field density, followed by bulk density. Then you can also do the dry density of the soils, then the water holding capacity, the moisture content. You can also try to understand the organic matter with your normal experiments. In addition to this, you try to observe whether there are any worms or not and try to understand its influence and relationships. Followed by, you can also do something like a soil pH, because this plays a major role in any of the agriculture activities or so. So whenever we talk about soil texture, basically you're trying to understand what's the quantum of sand, silt, and clay present in the entire soil sample. So basically what you do, you take the core cutter, you push it down for 15 centimeters, then you try to do the analysis in this one. All right. Basically, whatever the particles are less than 2 mm, we call it as soil. Any particle size greater than 2 mm, we call it as gravel. That's what we have generally studied across. So to classify it as into separate categories, anything between 0.5 to 2 mm, we call it as sand. And 2 microns to 50 microns, you call it as silt. Anything less than 2 microns, you call it as clay. So you can see on the right hand side, this sand, silt, and clay textures, how they look alike. Probably the sea coast, you can see the sand, the river beds, you can see the sand. And you have the clay particularly present in the lake beds in general. Okay, the absence of clay in any of the lake bed makes the lake vulnerable for not storing any of the water. It's a great risk when you take off the clay in the lake bed. So it is important for the entire system to form all these kinds of soils because they have its own importance. So generally, to do the soil analysis, what you do is you do the sieve analysis. You have various sieves and you allow the soil to pass through the entire sieve. This particular test, most of the civil engineers would have done using sand only. All right, you just take a certain quantity of sand, then you try to put that one and you sieve that one. That's how you try to do for all these things. So in this particular analysis, what you do is you'll go to the site, grab a sample of soil, that of 15 centimeters of soil, crush that one so that all the particles are separate. Then you can put it in the sieve. You try to measure the quantity of sand, silt, and clay. Please include gravel also. Whatever the sample comes, it will have gravel, it will have organic matter. You need to consider all those things. Accordingly, later on, you can try to understand the importance of that one. Later on, based on the proportion of sand, silt, and clay, you will be considering it as into different categories such as sand, loam, clay, all those aspects using the soil triangle. So this is a general method what you follow. I'll not go in detail with this one because most of you are the civil engineers should have read this. You will be using the sieve. Accordingly, you will be trying to understand the different quantities. Okay. So for non-civil engineers, what you can do is since you have some PET bottles or you can have some glass bottles, closed containers. You can grab a particular quantity of soil, let's say half bottle, not more than half of the bottle. For that one, you will add 3/4. Until 3/4 of the bottle, you just fill with water first. All right. Then you shake it very well so that there is proper mixing. Once this happens, allow the entire mass to settle. All right. Wait for 1 minute. Then observe the settled height. Okay. Let's say that is sand. Then wait for 2 hours. See what is the height of soil that has settled. So you can call it as silt. Then you wait for 8 hours at least, or measure it on the next day. All right. You will have clear water on the top. You'll have certain amount of settled particles, which is higher than what you had measured the previous day. So that portion forms as the clayey portion. All right. This is a simple way of understanding what's the proportion of sand, silt, and clay in the system. So once this is done, you are supposed to understand what is the proportion of sand, silt, and clay. In simple words, you will measure the height of sand, you will measure the height of silt, and you will measure the height of clay. The sum will give the total height of soil. All right. So the proportion of sand is the height of sand what you had measured for 1 minute. Will be divided by total height. You will get the proportion of sand. Similarly, proportion of silt is between 1 minute to 2 hours. Whatever is settled, that's the height of silt. You will divide by the total height of soil. It gives the proportion of silt. Clay, whatever I've settled after 2 hours till 8 hours or until you measure after 8 hours, that is the proportion of clay. All right. You can measure that one. So based on that one, you will further use the soil triangle and you can understand what's the proportion of sand, silt and clay in the system. In addition to this, you can also measure the proportion of organic matter. Let's say whatever is floating on the top, you measure the height of that one. All right, that will be the organic matter for your system in the soil. First thing is texture. The next thing is color. You can visually see at the soil. You can try to say what kind of soil is that. Basically, the moisture content in the soil, the presence of organic matter, the presence of metals in the soil plays a major role. Let's say you have a lot of compost matter in the soil, lot of organic matter in the soil. That tends the soil to turn itself to be grayish or blackish in nature. Similarly, a larger amount of carbon also, it turns the soil to be grayish to blackish. When you go to the northern part of Karnataka, you have black soil because of the minerals there. Similarly, when you see the soils of Moodbidri and all those places, you have basically the base layer is reddish soil because of the laterite. They are the lateritic soils. They are very good in ferrous. That is nothing but iron. Similarly, when you go to the beaches, you have this brownish soils or the sand, which is brownish in nature. So likewise, when you go to agriculture lands, you can have different shades of soil. See, on the left hand side, you have sort of brownish soil. On the right hand side, you have dark brown soil. Okay, the presence of moisture changes the color of the soil also. Please bear that in mind. The third one is you're supposed to do some the bulk density. What you will do is you'll have a core of, let's say, 13 centimeter height and with a above a dolly of 2 centimeters. So you drive the core in and you'll just take the sample as it is, measure the initial weight and the final weight. The final weight is after drying the sample. Okay, you need to completely dry the sample. Okay, I'll repeat this one again. First, what you'll do is you'll take the core, you put in the soil, you take the sample, then you measure the total volume what you have taken. All right. Later on, you take the weight of the soil, initial weight of the soil. Then what you do is you'll completely dry the soil using the oven for 24 hours to 48 hours at 105 degrees centigrade. So take the weight of this sample. Let's say this is the dry weight of the soil. So what we can say is that bulk density of the soil is the total dry weight of the soil divided by the total volume. All right. Please keep in mind the total dry weight divided by total volume gives you the bulk density, whereas the field density, the equation is a little wrong here. The field density, how you calculate is the initial weight, what you take in the field. All right, let's say it has moisture in that one. So that is an additional weight. So you take the ratio of that particular initial weight to the total volume of soil, that becomes a field density. Dry density is nothing but weight of the soil particles only, the dry weight divided by total volume. In general, the density, the bulk density varies between 0.5 to 2.2 grams per cubic centimeter. Clay and silt have the lower bulk density 1.1 to 1.6, whereas sand has a higher bulk density ranging between 1.3 to 1.7. The next one is the moisture content. All right, this is similar to the previous example, similar to the bulk density wherein you can drive the core in. Let's say if you don't want to drive the core in, you just do a grab sample of certain quantity of soil, measure the initial weight, then you completely over dry that, measure the final weight. So now you have two weights now, initial weight and final weight. So find out the weight of water. That's nothing, the initial minus final weight, that gives the weight of water. And you have the total weight of the solids. The ratio of the weight of water to the dry weight of soil gives you the moisture content. This generally varies between 0 to 80% or 70 to 80%. The forest soils, even in the lean seasons, that's in the dry seasons also, have pretty good amount of moisture. Somewhere around 25%, 26% of moisture is held in the forest soils. Whereas in agricultural lands, it comes to less than 1% or 2%, particularly paddy fields. So these things, the texture, moisture content, and bulk density, you can interrelate each other. All right. Next is water holding capacity. This is similar to the moisture content. I'll not talk more on this. The most important thing in addition to that one is the soil pH. This is what you are supposed to measure. How do you measure the soil pHs? You have the pH probe, the soil pH probe. That's one way of directly measuring the soil pH. Or else the other way around is you can take 20 grams of soil, then you put it in 40 milliliters of distilled water, stir it well, allow the entire solution to settle. The solids will be settled at the bottom and you have the buffer at the top. And you measure using the litmus paper or the soil pH or the water pH probes directly. So you will have various pH ranges. All right. So you can measure the pH for agriculture lands. You can measure the pH for horticulture lands. You can measure the pH for forest. Then you can try to relate how the pH varies accordingly to different landscape elements, and how the pH also varies due to the presence of water. That's also you can measure. That's the other way also. So you can also see when you talk about the crops, what we grow, they have a very good relationship with the pH. In general, the potatoes they grow in the acidic environment. Let's say the pH of 4.5 to 6, whereas the pH in the range of 5.5 to 7.5, you have various crops such as pumpkin, onions, spinach, cucumber, etc. So likewise, you can try to understand what kind of crops can be grown in a different criteria. This helps you in the concepts of irrigation engineering, wherein you speak, this is the particular amount of water you are supposed to give. There also you'll try to understand the wilting point of the soil, all those parameters you take into consideration. Then you can also try to put these parameters, the pH and all, bring in a relationship in how well the system can sustain the source. So to addition to this one, you can also try to see the presence of these kind of worms in the soil. All these kind of worms indicate that the soil is not much. It indicates that the soil is very fertile in the region. So wherever these worms are not found, you can easily say that the soils have lost their capability or their fertility in managing, or which results in a reduced yield of crops. So what you're supposed to do particularly is, you can, let's say when it rains, you can take the soil sample in 3 different conditions. You can do it every monthly. All right. Weekly, there is no need. You can do it every month. So you can do it once before the rainfall. All right. After the, during rainfall and after the rainfall. So this allows you to understand what is the water holding capacity of the thing. So how well, or what is the quantity of water that the soil can easily hold. That's what you will try to understand. So this you can try to understand at different vegetation characteristics. Let's say the characteristics during the soil during the monsoon seasons, and in the presence of forest, in agriculture fields, in the presence of crops and in the absence of crops, how the density varies or how the moisture contents varies. All those things you can try to understand. So accordingly, later on you can try to try to interpret the results, stating that what kind of vegetation allows you more and more water to be infiltrated in the system, or what kind of vegetation consumes more water. All those relationships you can bring in. Right. On the other hand, you can also try to observe the perenniality of the resources, the water resource. It can be the rivers or lakes, and you can try to link this one with the soil characteristics. If the soil at a deeper depth, let's say at 15 centimeters, has more moisture, okay, this indicates that there is a certain amount of subsurface flows happening in the system that keeps the wells perennial. All right. Similarly, the lakes and the rivers in the entire catchment. All right. So one more thing, what I would ask you all is, let's say if you have a sacred grove in your region, try to monitor that one, the soil quality of that one. Then you try to relate the same with the neighboring land use categories. It can be the neighboring forest, it can be the neighboring agriculture, it can be the neighboring village. Try to take few samples, try to relate that one. This will give you a better understanding that how well the presence of vegetation enhances the moisture content in the soil. So these are certain data portals where you can get large-scale information regarding soil. It can be the agropedia.iitk.ac.in, wherein you can try to get various kinds of soil, the soil texture categories and all. Then you have something like the European Soil Database, wherein you can get very good resolution soil data for entire India. It is there. You can take it to the region what you want. Next, you have the KGS portal, as Dr. Bharat earlier talked about. You can use this portal wherein on the left hand side you have certain tabs. Go for the natural resources tab. There you have the soil characteristics. You can extract the soil categories there. Similarly, Karnataka has something like a soil fertility atlas, and you can get all various chemical parameters of soil at grid level from this particular atlas. So on the other hand, what you can do is you can take the farmer's soil health card. All right. So that will give you the entire list of physico-chemical parameters what is there in the particular soil. It can be the soil pH, it can be the carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, all those parameters are given in the soil law. In the soil fertility, this thing. All right. With this, I thank you. In case you have any doubts, you can let us know. Regarding water resources, I will be giving a talk on 31st of the month. And probably I'll request Dr. Bharat to send a mail to all of you, wherein I'll be explaining you about the water resource and what kind of analysis can be done in the particular system and how well this helps you in managing the entire resources. Thank you and all.
Thank you, Vinay. If you have any questions or any doubts, please post it in the comment section. We will try to answer it after the expert talk. Now we have the expert talk by Rijulal and Chaturved on biomimicry. So please post your questions now, and also try to subscribe for our channel for more updates. So now I request Deepthi to initiate the discussion. No, he will.
Good evening to all. So now we'll be having two expert talks by Rijulal and Chaturved. So these two researchers will be talking about biomimicry from birds and butterfly respectively. So Rijulal has extensively worked on bird identification, its distribution and its habitats, its life cycle, everything. So he's the correct person to be inquiring about different types of birds, and now he'll be letting you know about the different kinds of biomimicry that has been adapted from observing birds. Over to you, Riju.
Thank you very much, Deepthi, for that introduction. And I hope all of you have been enjoying the sessions that have been going on related to the Lake Conference about the environment and the engineering aspect that is brought into it. So a very good evening to all of you who are watching this video. I am Rijulal, as Deepthi just explained. I research mainly on birds and freshwater fishes. So here I'm here today to talk about the birds and the biomimicry aspect of it. That is the technologies that we have understood from birds and we have implemented into our daily lives. Okay, so let us look at some of that. I'll just share my screen now.
Yeah, that's.
Bharat, is my slide visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Bharat. Okay, once again, a very good evening to all of you. So here today we will understand a little bit about birds and then look at all the different or some of the different technologies that birds have helped us with. Okay, so first for all of us to understand what are birds, these are some things that describe the birds. One is they have feathers, they have wings, irrespective of they can fly or not. Then they have 2 legs, they have warm blood just like us, and they lay eggs, that too hard-shelled eggs, and they are vertebrates. So this is what describes the birds as. Now, why should we understand about birds? First thing is they are very common. Wherever you go, whichever part of the globe you travel to, you will be able to see the birds, okay, because they are very common. Then to observe them, you don't need something very complex. Just with our normal eyesight, we can identify or observe birds. And if you have a camera or a binoculars, it is an added advantage. But even without any of them, you can just walk around and observe birds. So you don't need any complex devices in order to see them. Okay, now by looking at them, you will be able to see a lot of beautiful colors, their behaviors and patterns, which many of us have enjoyed. I'm sure you all being in the different locations of the state, you will know that, I mean, you would have seen birds and you would have enjoyed their behavior or some of their songs and things like that. So that is something very interesting. Then they are studied as bioindicators across the globe. We researchers use them as bioindicators to assess the quality of a particular ecosystem or a habitat. Okay, because they are placed at different levels in the trophic level, that is the food web that you would have studied in your low classes. So here, if there is any disturbance in an ecosystem, then we can identify that by looking at the birds, because there will be some change in their behavior or their number of particular individuals in a species, or the species itself might disappear from a particular ecosystem if there is disturbance. Okay, so we all have learned that the birds have evolved from small dinosaurs. Now, when it comes to technology, we have evolved for about 5 to 7 million years ago, and birds, however, have evolved 150 million years ago. So that itself, we can understand that how much of time they have undergone change, and now as we see them right now, they are masters. So there are a lot of things that we get to learn from these birds. So let us look at some of their contributions. In the world, this is just a good to know information. In the world, we see about 9,700 plus species of birds. Okay, and like I said earlier, whichever part of the globe you visit, you will be able to see the birds. May it be the deserts, it could be the cold desert, it could be evergreen forest, or whatever type of habitat you visit, you will be able to see the birds. Now, generally, there are a lot of people who observe birds in the entire globe. When you make a list of things that people have taken up as hobby, the bird watching or the birding stands at number 1, because maximum number of people follow this as a hobby. Now let us look at the technological part very carefully to understand how we can adopt certain things that they perform in our daily lives. The first thing is the beaks of the birds. Now, except for the generalist beak here, all the others are specialized beaks. All right, which means that they have been designed to do certain type of actions. For example, a surface skimming type of a beak is designed specially to catch fish without getting the body wet. Similarly, each of the beak shapes here have their own perfection to perform certain functions. So it is important that we observe them. Now, I'll give you an example of a technology that was used by looking at the bird's head and the beak. I'm sure all of you know bullet trains, and most of you are engineering students, so you will be much more well aware of the bullet trains. At least you would have seen in newspapers or photographs or TV about the bullet trains. Now, the image that you see in the black and white here was the initial bullet train. Because of the speed in which they travel, they made the shape of the engine in the form of a bullet, and they named it bullet train. Now, this was really a marvelous creation in terms of transportation made by engineers. However, there was one major problem to it, because of which the entire model was almost ready to be scrapped. The problem was that when these trains pass through a tunnel, like whoever has traveled through trains, you would have definitely passed through some of the tunnels. So similarly, when these bullet trains pass through tunnels, when it exited from the tunnel, it created an explosive sound, just like how a bullet would exit from a barrel of the gun. It was an explosive sound, and imagine if a small bullet from a small barrel of the gun can create huge noise. Imagine the amount of sound that could be created because of a large bullet-shaped train passing out of a huge tunnel. It created a lot of disturbance for the passengers inside and those who lived nearby. So engineers were breaking their head to understand what exactly could be done in order to solve this issue. And the group of engineers who designed it were breaking their head, and one of the chief engineers happened to be a bird watcher. So what happened? One day, he, on his off day, that was after all this discussion were going on, in between he took a day off, and he was sitting by the side of a lake, and he was observing the birds, and he saw a kingfisher come and dive into the water. It caught a fish and it flew away. And he thought its life was so easy that it just had to catch a fish, and he has to solve the problem of these bullet trains. And after some time, the kingfisher again came, caught another fish and flew away. And as time progressed, there were several times that the kingfisher came and caught several fishes and flew away. Eventually, what happened, through the repetitions, he observed something really unique. Every time the kingfisher dived, the splash would come only after the head crosses. Only when the wings and the nearby area of the wings hit the water, that is when the splash comes in the water. When the beak enters and the head enters, there's hardly any splash, very minimal or hardly any, like no splash at all. When he observed this, immediately he rushed back to his office and he started working or redesigning the entire engine model. And that is how you see the bullet trains as it is today. As you can see in this slide, the engine of the bullet trains front, the shape is designed based on the kingfisher's head to avoid that sound which was coming from the tunnel. Okay, now this is a marvelous technology that we have copied from the kingfisher. And if not for the kingfishers, we would probably have scrapped the idea of bullet trains and we would still stick on to the traditional trains and buses for the transportation. Similarly, there are so many other examples that we can look at. So I have taken very few examples here due to the lack of time. So let us just understand a few of them. So this is again another bird which is common throughout South India, which is a woodpecker. Now you all would have at least heard the sound of woodpecker knocking on the tree. So based on that, the tree is not a very soft tissue, the tree trunk. So it is a very hard tissue, and the kingfishers are managing to create holes in it and take off the insects from there. So while drilling them, if you have heard the sound, you understand that it is continuous. It's not like slowly how we hit with a hammer. So it's a continuous sound, which means that it's continuously hitting on the tree. By doing this, there is no damage that is created to the brain. If we go and hit our head on a tree trunk, then probably after two hits, we might fall off after fainting. So it's very interesting to see how these birds manage to do that. So a lot of research was done on kingfisher, the woodpeckers. And what was understood is that their skull has the ability to absorb the shocks from those hittings. Okay, they have some spongy tissues in between, which saves or which absorbs all the shock from the hitting and saves the brain from getting damaged. By looking at this technology, now engineers have developed certain types of models in order to save electronic chips and devices which are there in certain heavy gear equipments. Okay, so in spite of going in different terrains or going through different hurdles, the electronic chips inside does not get affected by it. And also they are looking at implementing this technology in spaceships, wherein there are a lot of debris in the space which hit the spaceships and cause damage. So by adopting this technology, they assume that it can be solved. So they are in the implementing or the planning stages of that. Now let us look at the next example. Now these two things we have understood from the beak and the head shape of birds. Next we will move on to the feet. Now the feet of birds are also very beautifully designed according to what they perform, several actions that they perform and which part of the forest or habitat they live in. Okay, so if you see here, the eagle's feet, if you see, it is more bulkier when compared to all the other feet types. The talons or the nail-like structures that are there, those are more curved and bulkier, and also the digits, that the finger-like structures, those are also very bulkier when compared to all the other types. This is mainly because they need that strength in their feet in order to carry their prey animals. It could be fish, reptiles, or small mammals, or anything. So in order to carry them, they need to have strength in their feet. That is why it is bulky. Similarly, the webbed feet, you all know, it is used to swim. So each type of feet has undergone a specific adaptation in order to survive. So by looking at this, there are a few things that we have learned. Let us just look at an example here. So this is a robot that is designed after looking at the ostrich's legs. Okay, it is called the Cassie, the bipedal robot or the bot. Now this is mainly used to do home delivery and to rescue operations where they cannot, where it is difficult for human beings to reach. They can send this robot with medical assistance or camera to look for people who are in danger. So this is a bot that is developed after looking at the shape of the ostrich's legs. So this is another example where we can see how birds have contributed towards the technology. Similarly, just like the head, the beak, and the feet, birds have adapted themselves in a very nice manner with respect to their wings as well. Because you might have seen some birds fly very close to the bushes in between the trees and things, and there are other birds which fly very high, like the eagles, which keep soaring high in the sky and looking for prey. So the same bird cannot come down and navigate easily in between the thick, dense vegetation. And similarly, the small bird which flies very close to the ground cannot soar so high in the sky. So this is mainly because of their wing adaptations. So by looking at these wing adaptations, there is a huge amount of contribution that has come to the aeronautic industry. So let us look at two such examples here. The first one is the V-shaped migration that we need to understand from the birds. Okay, now some of you might know why they fly in V shape. For those of you who do not know, I would like to explain it. So you might have definitely seen birds flying in this shape, and we assume that the one in the front is the leader and the rest are following that particular bird. But that is not the case, because each bird in this V shape will act as a leader and a follower at a particular time. So what happens here is the bird in the front is doing all the hard work of flapping the wings and providing the lift and thrust, while all the other birds at the back in two sides, they are taking advantage of the lift that is provided, and they are only placing their wings in a particular shape to navigate. When the bird in the front gets tired, it moves back, and the bird behind it will move forward. By doing this, birds are able to travel long distances without having to make any stops or very minimal stops. Okay, now imagine this, 10 birds are migrating. So when they are migrating, if all the birds are spending their energy, or they're capable of spending the energy for 1 hour, after each hour they have to rest. But by forming this particular formation and saving their energy, each bird can fly for 1 hour. That way 10 birds can fly for 10 hours, and by this calculation they can travel 10 hours without making a single break. So that is energy efficiency which we as human beings need to observe and learn from birds. And recently there has been a discovery this year, February, in Netherlands. There was a discovery which I will just show you now. This is a new type of aircraft which is going to be seen in the next few years. This is the model that was created. A student, an engineering student, has created this when he was doing an internship for a thesis project. So what he has done is, the basic aircraft, the passenger aircraft, he has changed the shape of the wings and the tail. So without having a tail, he has changed the direction of the wings and slightly lifted the tips. By doing this, he says that 20% of the fuel can be saved when compared to a traditional passenger aircraft. But at the same time, he also made sure the same number of passengers are able to be seated in this, and also the same amount of cargo can be carried out. And it can also be used in the existing airports. They don't need to do any other alterations to the airports. So these are the kind of things that he has kept in mind and redesigned the aircraft. And this has been a success model now. And if the continuous trails go on and it is all success that they achieve, then we will be seeing this model in the coming years very soon. Another way, a place where the V-shape advantage is taken into technology is the fighter planes. You might have seen in aero shows or things like that, or in movies probably, where the fighter planes always travel in this particular formation. This is again for the similar function that I explained about the birds. So here the birds, the flights again take advantage of it and advantage of the thrust and the lift, and are able to save energy, that is fuel. Now these are some of the projects that I have decided to show for today. Now I would not say that all of you will be able to go to this level in one step. See, to get to the top of the top floor of any building, you need to start with the first step. So I urge that all of you take that first step today and start thinking of the various projects that you can do for this particular conference, that is Lake 2020, in December 28th to 30th, and you can come forward and present your work. It can be small projects. See, in wildlife, we need a lot of different projects wherein without your help, we could not have tracked animals through camera traps, or there are a lot of tracking devices and drones which are used in conservation today to monitor the wildlife. So all these things would not have been possible without technology. So if you use the technology for the right causes, then we can attain sustainability in a much efficient way. We can understand the nature in much better way. But one small thing you need to keep in mind while selecting any project is this. Wherever there is innovation, these three things have to match. First thing, it has to be desirable for anyone who is going to use it. So you define who is going to use your technology, whatever you're creating. Then the second thing is, it has to be something that is possible with today's technology. You cannot say, or like how we see in fantasy movies, you cannot bring all those things straight into the ideas. You have to see what is possible with the technology available today, and then it should be viable in the marketplace. That is, there should be demand created. See, there should be use, and it should be usable or purchasable. Like economically, it should be viable. So these three things you keep in mind, and the other things are, it should be socially acceptable, economically viable, and ecologically sensitive. So these three things also, if you can include in your project, then your project will definitely be very successful, and you will contribute towards the society and nature. First thing, you need to contribute towards nature, because that is what is giving us all the things that exist for us to survive. Like, for example, the oxygen, water, food, everything comes from nature. So you will be contributing towards nature. By contributing towards nature, you will be contributing towards the welfare of the country, which is our duty as a citizen of this country. And by doing these two things, you will definitely be successful in your career and in your personal life. So by saying this, I wish you all the very best in doing your projects and your career and academics. I thank the organizing committee of Lake 2020 for giving me this opportunity to talk about birds and technology. And I also thank Alvas Education Foundation for conducting this program for the students. And I personally thank Dr. T.V. Ramchandra sir for the guidance and support. Thank you all. If you have any questions, you can post it in the comments and we will try to answer them now.
Riju, we are just waiting for Chaturved. He didn't join.
Okay, fine, no problem.
Okay. So we will just check whether there are any questions for biomimicry. Then later we will take up other questions. You have any students? If you have any questions, please post here so that we will try to answer.
If you have any questions related to birds or the biomimicry topics that we discussed about, you can definitely go ahead and comment it in the comment section and I'll be happy to answer.
He says there is a sir. How do kingfishers goes into water? There is a question.
Okay. So, like kingfisher, there are many birds which dive into the water to catch the fish. So, kingfisher is a very common bird that all of us would have definitely seen diving into the water. So, their feathers is what helps them mainly in order to keep them, I mean, they do not get wet. That is, even though they are diving inside the water and coming out, their skin does not get wet because the feathers make sure that they are tightly packed and the water does not enter. Okay, and because of the arrangement of feathers on their wings, they are able to push themselves up in the water when they dive inside. And they have very interesting vision, a very highly developed visual system by which they are able to identify the difference between refraction and reflection in the water. Because as most of you know, if you have tried to catch a fish underwater, you will know that you will be putting your hand somewhere else, but the fish will be somewhere else. So what you can do is, what the kingfisher have is they have the perfect reading capacity and they will be able to dive underwater and locate the fish and catch the fish with the dive. Okay, that way they are very efficient. I hope I have answered your questions. You can also refer to many videos that are there in terms of slow motion videos of kingfisher diving into the water. You will be able to get a better understanding.
There is a question on why other birds cannot go into the water.
See, for any bird to do a particular function, there should be a particular reason for it. For kingfishers to go underwater, its food is underwater. But for the other birds, if the food is available outside, there's no need for them to go inside water. You would have seen another bird called cormorant, which looks black in color mainly, and would have seen around the water bodies with their wings spread across. So this particular bird can dive into the water and swim in the water also to catch the fish. So based on what they eat, they have adapted themselves over millions of years to master that technology.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Riju. So now we will continue with another session by Vinay. So he tried to share the knowledge on hydrology. So I request Vinay to take over the session.
Thank you, Bharat. Thank you. Good evening to all.
Okay. Good evening.
Thank you, Bharat. I hope my slides are seen.
It's still loading. Yeah. Now it's
all right. Okay.
Yeah, it's all.
Good evening again. So since earlier I talked about soils and I tried to relate something with water and vegetation there, here we will try to understand about the water resources by itself, to understand how well we can manage the water resources. Okay. First of all, when we talk about water as a resource, on the global surfaces, we know that 71% is covered by water. But when we see about the fresh water, which is really available for on the surface, is less than 0.01%. Okay. wherein certain fresh waters are stored as ice caps and glaciers. Certain amount is stored as groundwater. It is nearly 99% of that one is stored in such a way. And these groundwaters are very deep. Or also you have shallow aquifers from which the water comes down to the streams, and you have the lakes and other places. So globally, when you see across, the rivers carry less than 0.01% of the total fresh waters. All right. Look at India. So we can completely divide the system into two. One is the rivers originating from the Himalayas. The rest of other thing is that the rivers originating from the Western Ghats. Right. When you talk about the Himalayas, the rivers because of the rainfall, also because of the snow melt. That's the reason the rivers such as the Ganges, the Brahmaputra are all perennial. Well, when you come to rivers in the southern part of India, most of the rivers originate from the Western Ghats. They are either perennial or intermittent, and they are completely dependent on the rainfall and the vegetation characteristics. Talking about Western Ghats, let's say the rivers such as Netravati, Sharavati, Agnashini, the rivers are perennial, whereas the upstream, the smaller streams, the smaller portion of the streams, they are getting more and more seasonal in the recent past because of the land use changes.
No voice. Voice is there. Then tell him. Voice is there. But his side is not there. You tell him. There only you open. I think Vinay's connection.
Hello, Vinay? Hello? Hello? Vinay?
I think it's the net connection.
Sorry for the... just a second. Hello, are you able to hear me? ಇಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ವಿನಯ್. Sure. Sorry, there was a technical glitch. We'll get back to you in another 5-10 minutes.
Oh no, you can answer. You will question.
Let's start again.
Yeah, we are resuming the session. Dr. Vinay, please share your slide.
I hope this is visible.
Yeah, just a second. Please continue.
Okay, this is what we earlier talked about, the water resources at the global context. When you look into water resources at the Indian context, basically we have the rivers which are dependent on Himalayas, which are basically perennial, and the rivers which are dependent on Western Ghats. They are either perennial or intermittent depending on the local vegetation. All right. So basically, when you all talk about fresh waters, these are the waters which sustain the basic demands. It can be the food, water, fiber, energy. By doing this, it is supporting the economy. Also, it is supporting the livelihood of the people. It is not just a livelihood of the people, but also in addition to this, it is also supporting the habitat. It's also supporting various biodiversity, biodiverse organisms, and these freshwaters with time have evolved the species in their vicinity. All right. The problems with the freshwater is that there is the human-centric planning. So due to which there is a large amount of water which is being withdrawn for domestic and non-domestic purposes, while we are compromising on the natural flows, like the minimum water requirement to the system, we are compromising on that. Because of that, we have a large-scale degradation happening in the region. So due to this particular aspect, many rivers across the globe have become intermittent. So they are giving their valuable services. It can be the goods and other services. So this is why it is necessary for us to appropriately maintain the condition. Also the health of the system. It can be the lake, it can be river, it can be estuaries. Any of these systems, we need to maintain its appropriate health so that it properly functions, and there is which helps us bring in the livelihood to the people nearby. So once you're trying to understand this, you need to basically understand what is the capacity of the resource. That's what you'll be trying to understand in this particular projects. So to understand any of the resource carrying capacity of a region, basically you need to understand it with respect to a catchment, because whatever the water falls within a catchment, it flows to a common point. Okay, for the non-civil engineers, just to put it in a simple terms, you could have seen a water basin in your hostels, or else in the bathrooms. You can see that wherever you put the water, it flows out to a common point. So this entire area, you can call it as a catchment area. All right, or else in other terms, this is also known as basin or watershed. All right. So any changes, it can be the landscape changes, it can be the topographical changes in this particular region, in the catchment, it affects the local availability of water resources. So this example on the right hand side is of Agnashini River, wherein you can see lot of streams which carry water to the river, the tributaries follow to the river, and it exits to the Sea. So there are certain factors which control the flow in the catchment. Okay, it can be the catchment itself. One is it can be the shape of catchment, the size of catchment, or are certain aspects. Next is the climatic conditions. Let's say you have 100 mm of rainfall happening for 10 days. So the rate at which the infiltration is happening is very high, as against 100 mm of rainfall happening within a 1 hour, wherein you have a lot of flushing happening. The next thing is climatic conditions, land use conditions. Wherever you have the forests, the pristine forests, you have a good amount of hydrological services happening in those regions. Whereas in a degraded part, or where in an urban context, there is a large-scale runoff happening. Other than these, you have the geological aspects, the topographic aspects. You have the human activities which are contributing towards the natural the flow regime. This gives you various flow conditions. It can be the low flow conditions, moderate flow conditions, high flow conditions. All these are moderated with something called as a flow rate. All right. When you just give the example of low flows, you can see the zooplankton, the phytoplanktons, algal growth, fishes, all the things are in this particular time during the low flow seasons. Whereas during the high flow conditions, whatever the nutrients are there on the top or in the upstream, it is flushed to the downstream. It can be to the estuaries, or else it can also be to the riverbeds. So that in the later half of the season, wherein you have the moderate and the low flow conditions, the biodiversity dwell there and they sustain. Next thing is that you need to understand. Once you try to understand about the catchment and the flow condition, we need to understand that there's a relationship between vegetation characteristics, the soil characteristics, and water. The soil characteristics I already talked about in the earlier discussion. But when you talk about forests, basically the species composition, the maturity of forest, the density of trees, the structure, the aerodynamic surface, all these things control the flow regime. This what you can do is you can combine yourself with the science background students, and you can put your engineering knowledge to understand more the relationships in a better way. So basically native forest helps you in recharging the groundwater. So that mitigates the floods, and it also provides other hydroecological benefits. So while managing any of the water resources, first thing is that we need to understand interrelationship. It can be among the between the resource as well as the users. Let's say when I talk about human beings, we require around 135 liters of water per day. That's what you would have studied. It can be something like for flushing, drinking, bathing, washing, cooking. All these things happen to be nearly 135 LPCD. But whereas in a rural context, this number can be a little less. So we'll discuss those things later. On the other hand, the environment, any river when you take, the fishes to sustain, the algae to sustain, the nutrients to be carried out from the upstream to downstream, there is a requirement, certain amount of flow that needs to be there. That's what we need to understand. In general, when any of the design conceptions, we take user as human, but we neglect the environment. But in the recent past, the studies regarding environmental flows have grown to a certain extent, and the Honorable NGT has said that near 15 to 25% needs to be maintained as the environmental flow in any of the rivers in India. Right. So when you're trying to understand the relationships, what you'll be understanding is the carrying capacity of the entire basin. This you can also try to understand with respect to the taluk level. So wherein you'll be trying to understand what is the amount of water which is available, and whether this particular available amount of water is catering to the existing demands. Okay. So in case of any alteration in the catchment or unplanned activities, so this generally caters an imbalance in the system. So this is why this is very much important. It is very much for us to understand this particular eco-hydrological footprint or the carrying capacity of river water resource carrying capacity of the basin. Let's try to see how that. This is what you'll be doing in the next few months. First thing is that you need to understand the water balance. How? You'll be trying to understand the water availability, such as the runoff, through runoff, infiltration, groundwater recharge things, and the soil water. The next thing is that you'll be understanding water demand in your particular region. It is what is the water required for agriculture based on different crop types. What is the domestic water requirement, industrial water requirement, if there are any industries, the operation from the natural vegetation, the environmental flow, all will be taken in as the water demand. When you talk about runoff, it is basically a function of land use, topography, soil, and rainfall. And infiltration as the difference between rainfall, runoff, and evapotranspiration. We'll go to these things in detail in the next set of slides. You would have studied the hydrology basics in the initial phases, wherein you can calculate the runoff using the rational empirical formula Q is equal to CAP. So this particular equation gives you the runoff here. You can directly calculate using this. This is an example what I have given here, and you can see there are various runoff factors. All right, agriculture land has a runoff factor of 0.5. Urban area which is completely paved as 0.95, whereas you can see evergreen forest has a runoff factor of 0.2. Let's say you have a catchment area of 100 square kilometers with 3,500 mm of rainfall happening in the region, with various landscape elements. You have 50 square kilometers of evergreen forest, 30 square kilometer of 15 of agriculture, and 5 square kilometer of open forest. I'll just do a multiplication of catchment coefficient, the rainfall in the region, as well as the area. So accordingly, what I'm getting is I am getting nearly 138.25 into 10 power 6. That's a million cubic meters of water which goes away as runoff in 1 year. So this is a simple method of doing it for calculating runoff. Likewise, you have various other methods of calculating runoff. In the whatever the models, the GIS models or any of the advanced models they are using is the NRCS curve number method. That is nothing but Natural Resource Conservation Series method. This was also known as curve series method. All right. So second thing is that you need to select in addition to this, what you can do is to understand these factors. You can measure the runoff at various levels. Horticulture, you can measure the runoff. Agriculture, open space, all these things, all these places you can measure the runoff. Accordingly, you can also get the ratio parameters. go for the stream measurement, wherein you will be measuring the discharge using the area velocity method, wherein you will measure the cross section of the river, and you will measure what is the flowing velocity, and you will measure the discharge for each hour, and you will try to compare across months, and you will try to extract the runoff happening, the discharge happening to the ratio of total rainfall. So basically that gives you the C factor for the catchment. Here is an example indicating different landscape, different catchments in the region. So you can see that wherever you had very good forests, particularly we can see that in the post-monsoon seasons you have pretty high amount of water available, indicating that the water, in the you have pretty good amount of water as against the degraded catchments. Runoff you will be calculating. The second thing is the interception loss. Basically, this is the amount of water which is upon the leaves, branches, or any of the surfaces which effectively does come and reach the ground. So this is calculating using the empirical equations as I have given here, where vegetation type, it can be evergreen forest, where the interception losses 5.5 mm plus 0.3 times 30% of the total rainfall in mm for each month. All right, that's how you can calculate interception losses for across different vegetation categories. Once you have interception, you can calculate the infiltration. As I said earlier, infiltration is the difference between rainfall and runoff, interception, and evapotranspiration. So next I'll come how you can calculate evapotranspiration. So one way of interception, infiltration is like this, whereas the other way is you use the infiltration rate method. You can take the double ringed infiltrometers, try to quantify the infiltration rates for per hour or per day. The next thing is groundwater recharge. The groundwater recharge, basically you'll be taking the porosity of the substrata, and you'll also try to understand what is the annual average runoff. Based on these conditions, you try to estimate what is the possible groundwater recharge in the region. Let's say you have a granite unweathered rock, wherein this is very much intact and it is highly dense. So the porosity level is just 10%. Let's say if you have a rainfall of 3,500 mm happening in the region, only 350 mm of that water goes as groundwater recharge. All right. And you need to keep in mind, of that 350 mm, 30% is available as the water yield in the region. So of the total groundwater recharge, only 30% will be available for you for any of the other purposes for extraction. So how do you do the groundwater measurements or variation in the groundwater measurements is you need to do the monthly analysis or the analysis based on different rainfall levels and the different rainfall intensities before, during, and after the rainfall. So there you can understand how the variability of the groundwater table is varying when you are doing for each month. So this gives you as an example across seasons and for 2 years in one of the catchment in Sagar region. So wherein you can see that the forest in the proximity of, the wells in the proximity of forest have the water levels at a higher, have a higher groundwater tables, indicating a pretty good amount of water resource. Whereas other part from the catchment, let's say P3 and P5 on the right hand side, what you can see that the depth at which the water available is very high, and variability is also very high across time, indicating the importance of vegetation and how well it plays a major role in altering the groundwater. Talking about evapotranspiration, FAO, that is Food and Agriculture Organization, it recommends two basic methods. One is the Penman-Montieth method as well as the Arvius method. Penman-Montieth method is quite data intensive, so I'll not be explaining that one. Whereas Arvius method, you can directly do it, wherein you require the solar radiation of the region, minimum and maximum temperatures, which are easily available. I'll give these things in the later part of the slide where you can get this particular information. So once you have the, keep one thing in mind, whenever you're trying to calculate evapotranspiration, please calculate it only for forest. Since you will be calculating the agriculture water demand, in the part of agriculture water demand, evapotranspiration is taken as a subset of that one. The next one is agriculture demand. Based on different crops, you can try to quantify the various agriculture demands in the region. Let's say, giving some examples, Paddy, it requires nearly 900,100 mm of water per growing season. Jowar, ragi, maize and wheat requires 400 to 500 mm of water per growing season. Similarly, when you talk about arecanut or coconut, it requires 1,400 mm of water per year. Sugarcane nearly 1,800 mm water for per growing season, nearly 10 months. So accordingly, you need to understand. Let's say if I have two times I'm growing paddy, like 2 crops, the water requirement almost doubles in that time. All right, please bear that in mind when you're calculating. So once you have a agriculture, you can calculate the domestic water demand. So in general, as per the BWSSB, it says that 135 LPCD is the minimum criteria, but in actual cases, it is less than 100 MLD, 100 LPCD. So what you can do is you can have a discussion and you can come to a concurrence. I'm just giving an arbitrary number of 80 LPCD, which is in general available for the rural household. So amount of water demand, then you need to understand the population of the village. All right, when you go to Census of India webpage, you get to understand what is the population of your village. So that many number of people and per capita demand, and for 1 year to understand what's the total water requirement. I'm giving an example. Let's say if a village has 2,000 people and 80 LPCD is the water demand. So on an average in a 58,400 liters of cubic meters of water. All right. So that's how you'll be calculating the water requirement per year. So whatever you are doing, make sure that you keep all the units in a same form. Let's say it is in terms of cubic meters or in terms of liters. Do not mix up both the things. Similarly, livestock, you can calculate. So for different animal requires different quantity of water. So you can account that one. So I have given you some numbers. This is based on the telephonic interviews which we had done earlier. A cattle requires around 30 liters of water per day, whereas a buffalo 35 liters of water per day. Similarly, other things are given here. Basically, it is for drinking and washing and other maintenance. Let's say if you're maintaining the watershed, that's the one. Hello. So that's what you can do. So you can also account nearly 15 to 20% as environmental flow. For the time being, you consider a bare minimum of 15%. So of the total runoff as environmental flow. So total supply in the region will be the sum of runoff, infiltration, groundwater recharge, whereas the total demand will be agriculture demand, domestic demand, evapotranspiration, and e-flow. So you take the ratios of this, try to understand what could be the possible thing. How well the particular region is able to cater the demand. If the demand is not catered, what you can try to do is you can change the cropping pattern, or you can try to introduce better management practices, and you can define it as various scenarios. Accordingly, you can say that this is the total amount of water required in the region. And manage the entire thing. So this gives you a list of various sources of data. In Census of India, you can get the village-wise population data, administrative boundaries from KSR-SAC, catchment boundaries from Bhuvan, and similar other data sources as said here. The last two links gives you the rivers of the particular region, river net. These are the certain expected outcome from you. Based on the analysis at catchment level, you need to make some action plans to sustain the water resources. It can be afforestation, it can be desilting of lakes, changing patterns, improving the efficient mechanisms. You can also try to look at other watershed programs which have been developed by the government, which are specific to region. You can develop your own accordingly. This is one example how you can understand the various water availabilities and demand in the region. Wherein you can see wherever the catchments are degraded, you have a water deficit condition, and wherever you have a good forest, the downstream also have a water sufficient condition. With this, I thank you all. Any doubt, I request you to put it on the message. Thank you. Comment box.
Okay. Thank you, Vinay. Now we have another session by Chaturved. Sorry. No.
Yeah.
Hello, Chaturved. Yeah.
Yes. Can you hear me, Bharat?
Yes. I'm just sharing the screen.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah.
Shall I start?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Good evening, all. Thanks for being on, online to hear more about biomimicry. It is biomimicry. Earlier session, you got to know what are the, various technologies inspired, copied, mimicked looking at birds. And today here I will be sharing about how butterflies have, gave us insights and what are the technologies, various, methods, apps, whatever I've designed looking after butterflies. First and foremost, next slide. I would, just like to tell what are butterflies. All butterflies are insects, but not all insects are butterflies. And you all know insects have 3 body segments, and that is how butterfly is also an insect. Next slide. What makes butterflies very unique? Butterflies and moths belong to order Lepidoptera, which means they have the scales. In Greek, scales, lepis means scales and ptera means wings. And these are the only insects to have scales. Next slide. From these scales, what magic have they done? Complete butterfly life, undergoes 4 different stages. In 4 different stages, they occupy different amount of time for the overall development transformation. Next slide. It is our general, tendency to catch butterflies. Instead, what have we learned? What have we copied from, butterflies? Let's discuss. Next slide. Butterflies are ecologically very important and significant. We all know, butterflies are major pollinators and indicators, and they have a good host plant interaction, and also they have a huge role in food chain and food web. Apart from this ecological significance, let us see what are the technologically, how they are significant. Next slide. The very interesting fact of butterflies, why they are colorful, how they are colorful, because of the scales, what they have in their wings has given them color, and also the pigment which is already there in butterfly. Next slide. This is how a small, each and every scale is aligned. You can see here how the scale is aligned. You can see the arrangement of scales. It's just like a roof. Next slide. If you have a close-up look, this is how, it looks. Next slide. As I said, various technologies have been copied, mimicked, and, inspired by looking at butterfly wings, particularly the colorful scales on their wings. So looking at butterfly, we have, designed and realigned our solar panel. You will be surprised if a solar panel entire scheme that photonic cells have been designed that is looking after butterfly scales. Such a small butterfly have given a huge technology, that is solar panels. We are using solar energy, solar panels, and all that credit goes to butterflies. Next slide. After solar panels, the latest display technology is also mimicked and studied looking at butterfly scales. Each and every scale is arranged in different slots. That slot is all because of the arrangement, and that is how it is very colorful. Next slide. In this, we have a special butterfly called blue morpho. It has inspired nanotechnology. Such a small butterfly has given insights to nanotechnology. Where is a butterfly? Where is a nanotechnology? Today, if we are using nanotechnology, it is all because of this small butterfly. You can Google. The moment you type it as blue morpho, you have various images and technologies inspired by observing this blue morpho butterfly. They have something called dye free color. Looking at these butterfly scales, they have also found out natural dyes, which is chemical free. Next slide. And see how the latest display technology. You can see on the left natural and right artificial. This is how we have got this complete display of our previous old monitors has been copied, redesigned, and seen after looking at butterfly scales. Next slide. That study was carried in a Swinburne University, and as I said, not only bioproducts or eco-friendly products or eco-friendly chemical products, they're also finding out a beautiful fabrics designed looking at this blue morpho butterfly. This is very useful, and it is like 100% bio-friendly or eco-friendly product. They have not used any silk materials. They have just taken the entire the principle how that butterfly scales give light. So same way they have also designed this fabric. It is chemical free, and it is also no need of washing or dyeing. So it is again a contribution energy. Next slide.
Hello.
As
Yes,
I said,
so we can hear. There is a small disturbance here.
Now
it has increased.
You have a disturbance.
Yes, yes, yes.
Still, are you able to hear any disturbance?
No. Now you can cut it.
Okay. Fine. Looking at the butterfly scales, we have also something called pearl pigments. These are optically variable pigments, and they have found out bio-friendly paints and products. As I said, organic materials also is mimicked and copied. Looking at
second,
butterfly scales.
Sorry, there is a small technical issue.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, sorry for the technical error. You can continue.
Okay. So as I was telling about blue morpho butterflies and how we have got various technologies and products. Here also it is like optical pigments, which is again an eco-friendly product and bio-friendly product. Looking at butterfly scales, they have made it is used in different industrial application also for the ornamentation and decoration purpose. Pearl pigment as optically variable pigments are some of the modified pigment based on structural color principle having growing in market demand. Because of this demand, they have copied and mimicked looking at butterfly scales. Next slide. If you are using Amazon Kindle e-reader or any latest Apple iPhone S5, S6, 6 series, you can use it in sunlight. That technology is copied and mimicked because of looking at butterfly scales again. A position where to hold and angle how to hold. If you have noticed, our old smartphones, if you are taken to a bright sunlight, you wouldn't have able to see your screen. But now, any Amazon Kindle e-reader or any Apple latest versions, we can use it even in sunlight. This technology and this principle is again adopted looking at butterfly scales and their wings. Next slide. What are the conservation measures? Not only, butterfly wings appear because of the cobalt blue despite lacking color pigment. The entire thing is optical illusion, is due to many layers of protein on the scales of butterfly wings that refract light in different ways. Being engineering students or science students, you will be knowing about different photonics, refraction, reflection, and how a microscopic view. These innovation always save water and energy using conventional dyeing, and these kind of technologies mimicked looking at butterflies have always given significant contribution in ecology evolution. What all we can do, how we can observe, is simple. Do not kill caterpillars and complain there are no butterflies. Plant more and plant host plants. All butterflies have specific host plants. So if you plant those host plants, you can always attract butterflies. Neither only documentation or you copy any technologies behind butterflies. Whatever various innovations, technologies, what I've shared is of abroad. So you can take up what kind of product or a robo or a small paint material or a dress material or any technology, display technology, what can you contribute looking at butterflies? What are the conservation methods? All these things you can adopt in your during your project time, during your studies, you can contribute significantly. Next slide. As I said, both butterflies are equally important ecologically and significantly. We have to just have keen eyes to observe small things in nature. Only if you observe even a minute detail of a butterfly wing, you can come up with a new product or a new design, new innovation, which will be a significant contribution to the nature and also to this society. Next slide. I would like to share few, places where you can sit, observe butterflies. This is one Samilan Shetty's Butterfly Park in Moodbidri region, where he has developed a eco-friendly and organic butterfly garden. He has converted his entire private land to a butterfly garden. You can see this and visit when you are free. Next slide. Similarly, we also have one butterfly garden in Alvas, Mijar Mood Bidri Shobhavana campus. Perhaps you can visit this butterfly garden and you can document what all the butterflies come, how significant, how colorful they are. Blue morpho butterflies say is not seen in India. So various butterflies have the same illusion and they have that different color shining pattern. You all can observe, see what kind of butterflies are visiting. You can name, document, and also what kind of products you can innovate, you can copy. Biomimicry, it is like you are inspired by nature, you are copying something from nature. Let that copying from nature be for useful and beneficial purpose. It is not just cut, copy, paste how we do for our projects. All what you have to do is observe the nature. You should get inspired looking at these beautiful creatures around us. If there was not a bird, we don't know how long would have taken to discover or invent an aeroplane. If there was not a dragonfly, I don't know how long it would have taken to modify our helicopters. If there was no butterfly, what would have happened to our solar technologies? That potential of observing entire minute part of energy is looking at the butterfly scales. Hence such a small butterflies have given a major contribution. Our latest Android phones, Kindle readers, display technologies is mimicked and copied looking at butterfly scales. Solar panel is designed. We have bio-friendly, eco-friendly products, paints, fabrics, all this just looking at butterflies. Hope you will also come out with such innovative, interesting, informative, and useful products. Next slide. You have to just visit these gardens. Maybe you will be inspired looking at the butterflies in plenty. The moment you have a host plants, if you are not able to go out, you can have your own butterfly garden. Welcome these butterflies to your home. As I said, plant host plants and you will have your guests. Start observing our guests. Next slide. There's a saying, don't chase butterflies, mend your garden, let the butterflies come to you. If you are not able to go behind butterflies, you plant host plants, you have your own butterfly garden and see what kind of colorful butterflies are coming. What can you see, learn looking at those butterfly wings, flying pattern, scales? What extra innovation can you do from your end? What is your contribution? You just have an imagination. That's it. If you have any doubts, you can always ping me. Next slide. And these are the list of host plants which you can plant, which are very commonly available. Majority of them are trees, flowers, flowering plants and trees are also there. And some creepers and climbers are also there. Herbs, shrubs, varieties are there. You can just plant all these host plants, create your butterfly garden and attract, and you start observing them. Next slide. What happens if we don't conserve? This is how we'll have to show. Hope we'll not reach this era where we can't see a live butterflies. Observe live butterflies. Do design some innovative products, materials, which is equally important. With it should have all the 3E aspects of 3E: environmentally, ecologically, and economically. These three you should consider while designing or coming up with any products or new ideas. Hope will not show our future generation in these kind of forms. We should get inspired looking at butterflies, design few things, and also conserve simultaneously. As I said, butterflies are both ecologically important and they are also technologically significant. This is my email ID. If you want any project plans with respect to butterflies, how to create, develop your butterfly garden, how to document, observe, anytime you can always write an email. This is my email ID and my contact number. That's it all about butterflies. Various technologies have been developed, mimicked. You also start thinking innovatively, do contribute, do observe, do conserve. I wish you all the best. Thank you so much. I'm wholeheartedly thankful to all the EWRG members and TV Ramachandra sir for giving us continuous opportunities to interact with students. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Thank you, Chaturved. There is just one question for you.
Okay. Yes, you can read out.
Yeah, one second. So why some butterflies look optically different color during the different in sunlight intensity?
Okay, good question. As I said, because of the optical colors is because of the layer wise arrangement. The scales are arranged in such a way that because of the sun lights first, light hits on it, they'll be very vibrant in colors. There are many bright, brilliant colors because of its pigment and because of the structural arrangement. There are like wing colors and also there are scale colors which is aligned it. So that is how they look completely different sometimes.
Okay, thank you, Chaturved. We will continue with other questions. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a question from Kavya. In which software land use land cover mapping is accurate, whether it in ArcGIS or AREDAS Imagine? So ArcGIS and AREDAS Imagine both are proprietary software. You need to pay and use it. But I prefer to use QGIS as well as GrassGIS. These are free and open source software and which are robust as compared with ArcGIS and AREDAS. So better use GrassGIS software, which is also available for free of cost. Next question is for Sharon.
No, classification would be accurate provided they collect the field data.
Yeah.
Supervised classifier gives a better thing irrespective of the software.
Yeah, I have a question from Kavya. She has asked, Yeah, whether biocement will get degradation, and also we don't have codal, that is codal practice for this. See, Kavya, you are misled by the term bio in the biocement, I feel. So there is no biodegradability that is going to happen when the cement construction is out. So see, the biotic components of any of this food, as I was telling, veg grouting. The grouting is a process that happens during the like fermentation of this by these microorganisms. What happens? These microorganisms take these biotic components or the organic source of nutrients as food, and then they start accumulating a lot of calcite to it. So the more the calcite is formed, that is going to be the layer for our cement. So and we are still in the research and R&D stage of it. So we have not completely come up with 100% cement. So what the research is trying to do, researchers are trying to do is that they are forming these calcite deposits as blending to the conventional Portland cement, so that we can reduce the energy and GHG emissions from this Portland cement, 100% Portland cement as well. These are all the biologically inspired studies that are going on. So it is not that biocement is going to biodegrade after a point of time. So hope I answered the question. I gave a opt answer for your question. Thank you.
Maybe asking is not there. You call can be used, but he has to add some here.
What is the next?
What type of soil? Then Riju answered that question. Ostrich one. Riju is also not there.
Okay, I think you can wind up.
Okay, so all the experts have answered all the questions that you have posed. I thank all the participants for participating in today's pre-leg conference webinar session, and I hope everyone is benefited and have got a pretty good idea as to what all projects to be conducted in coastal ecosystem as well as inland. So I hope to see a really good project from engineering college of Alvas, and thank you very much. Ma'am, you can conclude. Janita ma'am. Hello.
She's not.
They muted.
Hello. Ma'am, you are not audible. Phone ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ.
Just mute and
Yes, ma'am. That's it. What I do is I just open the speaker. You can speak outside so that participants can. One second. I just want. You can speak over the. You can speak over the phone.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of Alvas Institute of Engineering and Technology. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. T.V. Ramchandra and his team for sharing their valuable knowledge. I would also like to thank our managing trustee, Sri Vivek Alva, our beloved principal, Dr. Peter Fernandez, HODs and staffs of AIT and Alvas Degree College, and all the participants. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, madam. So I think students are benefited. They can plan their experiment accordingly. So I thank all of you for taking active part. There were about 37 plus or minus 2 were there from Alvas College today. So I hope 37 will do something. There was one interesting question. There's one boy, he has a lust for music. He didn't like any topic. Probably you should ask him to spend some time in my lab. We can train him on his subject of interest. He liked the biomimicry. So his name is not visible.
Music, Alexa.
Yeah. So anyway, she will be this. Okay, madam, thank you very much.